All right, hello everyone. Welcome to Testing Grounds 8, hosted by Inkling Performance Labs. Today, my name is German, and today I'm also joined here with Yeet from Stargaze. Yeet, how are you today?
I'm doing pretty alright on this wonderful first day of or first night of Splatfest. For any of those who haven't opened the game or have been living under a rock, Super Mushroom versus Superstar tonight, but we also have something more important than that, which is Testing Grounds. And this match right here. Can you tell me who's playing?
Absolutely, I can. Today we are going to be watching License to Krill versus Cataclysm. And I am pretty familiar with Cataclysm more than License to Krill, but I definitely seen License to Krill to be a really good team. So I'm excited to see these two teams go all out here in this matchup here. And the map we're going to be starting off today, we're going to Albacore Hotel Clan Blitz. And Yeet, do you have any preference to this map and mode in general?
I'm a personal fan of Albacore. I'm not too big of a fan on Clams here, just because of how difficult it is to push in at times. But I think if either team can kind of utilize a tent really well, like a turtle right there, or be able to get across those bridges really fast after a wipe, we can get a nice, decent chunk of push.
Yeah, absolutely. I can actually agree, because 10th will be a really good matchup here. And it seems though both sides have two C-Jets here. And we also see here with Mr. I'm really bad at pronouncing names, so if you could really help me with it, that'll be pretty cool too. Look at this. Both rays are coming out already at the same time.
Yeah, so much going on here in mid, as we see Mori with the Tetras 3 down on the side of License to Krill, and we're going to see Cataclysm start to push in here.
Yeah, and they started to open up their basket already. Some specials are coming out from Cataclysm. They already got it to 56 remaining already, and I'm assuming they had a second power clam. They're still going to push this, but that ends the push right there with License to Krill just stopping that push there. So now all they got to do is just, gather some clams and paint up, keep mid control, and see if, they can get into this push next. It seems though they already pulled up the armor already from License to Krill, but it's not too much of going on, but there are two specials coming in, but
yeah, one of the most important things here on a map like this, we're going to see a lot of armors come out from both sides and a lot of stingrays, just kind of utilizing that flat turf. As you see, Inari kind of a kamikaze for that kill.
I definitely saw that too. I was like, okay.
But yeah, Mori getting another good pick in mid, and we're going to see maybe Cataclysm start to get another push out here, as this tent is set up in the left side terrace, trying to get Bubbles out, unable to do so, and Cataclysm's just going to kind of clean up over here, getting contested by this Kagel on that left side bridge. We see the Junior painting up, trying to get even more specials here. Again, with how kind of open and flat and just the massive size of this map, we're going to see Stingray just like that one come out and just kind of try to wreak havoc here, because we see two people go down from Cataclysm, and maybe License to Krill is going to start a push here.
Yeah, it seems so. I wanted to mention a little bit of things there, but I did like how there's Cataclysm set was already set to push, but not to mention we already see License to Krill already at their side. They already opened their Cataclysm's basket, but at this point right now never mind, as I spoke too soon. They literally a member just License to Krill just coming in, throwing some clams at the basket, but it wasn't enough to at least maybe get some decent to getting close to where Cataclysm is.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see them put out another. We're gonna have to see a better push come out from the side of License to Krill here. if they really want to win it here. With about a minute and a half left to go in this match. And we see the C-Jet go down and come back.
Yeah.
Armor coming out on the side of License to Krill, and maybe we're going to see another push come out. Trying to get denied by this Sting right here as they just try to fight for their lives over here, going down. And Cataclysm doing a really good job to stop the pushes in this match so far. We haven't really seen too big of a push come out from the side of License to Krill, like that opening Cataclysm push.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the beginning though, like Cataclysm had like so many opportunities when they had situations where License to Krill had like 2 members down, and I believe Cataclysm had that opportunity to like, you know, start making some pushes, and you know, and that's what you know, what they did from the beginning of the match. And we already have like 35 seconds left, 2 members of each member on the side of the teams going down, so it seems though right now it's kind of like Cataclysm's territory now, just in mid. So 20 seconds left, but I don't even know if License to Krill has this kind of, I would say, what is the word? Okay, just like not making it like coordination, I guess. But like words are just like not coming in my mouth. But it seems though they have a power climb, so this is gonna go straight to overtime now. So will License to Krill get like at least a really good push here? Specials are coming out, and we see 2 members from the side of Cataclysm going down. And it seems though License to Krill still got some plan to at least throw, but not just yet. And wow, this is like already going crazy already. But I think that maybe have to. I mean, they could still do it. They just need to at least gather more clams still. But
no, too little, too late.
Yeah, just not in time. Yeah, I think there was just those situations where I think License to Krill had the opportunity, but they just couldn't find it, I guess. Yeah, they just couldn't find it. And
yeah,
Cataclysm will take game 1 in round 1. So it's I believe it's play all 3 from all of this testing grounds, I believe. Yeah, I don't want to get anything all mixed up here.
Yeah, I thought Cataclysm did a really good job defending kind of after their first push, just trying to maintain dominance over that mid section, limiting the amount of flanks that could come out from the other team. And the one time that they cracked, they were able to come back and stop that final push in overtime.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what we saw from the side of Cataclysm. And now we are going to jump into game 2. We are going to make it rain. We're going on Manta Maria Rainmaker. About this map and mode, there's like either way there could be like good pushes here because you got that left and right like directions where you can take the Rainmaker. So this is like, I would say, like you can pretty much take it anywhere, just how, like, just depending on the situation.
Yeah. One of my favorite strategies to kind of do in League, not necessarily in a competitive environment. You can go for like an easy cheese on this map by hopping in immediately and going right. So I feel like Sploosh might be a popular pick here, just because of the amount of pressure that can come out of something like a Sploosh 7 with a stamp inside of their opponent's street, or just the kind of pop pressure that it has, being one of the best Rainmaker pop weapons. But we'll see what these teams choose for.
It seems though, I think Cataclysm had a little bit of change, which, yeah, Inari with, of course, the Rapid, and yeah, there's been quite a bit of changes on both sides. It seems though, I believe it was License to Krill that got that first pop, and now it's just like fight and huge and around mid here. So we already see, I believe 2 members from Cataclysm are going down. So now it's License to Krill. Here's Guru with the Inkjet here, not able to, maybe he gets picked, but seems though License to Krill got it to 60, but it's just not enough for them at least. But they're still gonna keep going though, but Cataclysm, Inari was able to stop that push, and now this is what I probably see License to Krill like getting this push here. So at least to 27. This is probably the spot where they want to like keep it at. Like at least for right now at the beginning of this match.
Yeah, Cataclysm had a very good pick back when they were initially moving that Rainmaker through their street. They were able to kind of stop that Rainmaker push in the beginning when it was, I believe it was just Violet left on the side of Cataclysm. Able to stop that Rainmaker at first, and this could have been one of those very quick knockout games. You see Gregory getting one pick with a bomb and trying to get these Tetras down, who are kind of flanking behind them, using all those dodge rolls to their advantage. Getting another good pick here as he's going to charge up for Inkjet. And maybe we're going to see another push come out of the side of License to Krill.
Yeah, like License to Krill had like when Cataclysm had at least 2 members from, or at least maybe 1. They gotta start have like to think of it, like think of just like starting a little bit of a push here and there. But it seems though not just quite yet from License to Krill, but they were thinking of just knocking it out, but. It seems though now Cataclysm is in the favor holding the Rainmaker, so it seems though License to Krill has 2 members down, so this could be Cataclysm's opportunity to push this Rainmaker now.
Yeah, Violet in a very demanding spot, and they opt to move left with the Rainmaker, taking it all the way to 33 before eventually getting stopped by a very nice Inkjet by Gregory here. Kind of the first time in this match where we've seen Cataclysm have any sort of momentum kind of swing their way. Getting a good push, but just not good enough here, as we're going to see this Rainmaker reset. Cataclysm getting the pop, kind of moving up aggressively. Very nice positioning by Inari here with the Rapid. Using their kind of range to their advantage and the chip to assist their teammates in getting kills. With their Rapid, with 2 going down on the side of License to Krill, and they are going to get a nice crucial pick there on that Rainmaker, and maybe that might be enough to stop them from potentially taking lead if they try to grab again. Violet down here kind of in the streets, trying to win all these 1v1s. We see 3 go down. Mori running out of ink at the worst possible time, and we're going to see Cataclysm just barely miss that Rainmaker. And License to Krill trying to reset, but Cataclysm not giving up, just trying to jump in, try to save every last bit of hope here on that push there.
Yeah, License to Krill is not giving up, and yeah, I believe License to Krill was like probably stressed from that one because when they were trying to reset the Rainmaker, but then Cataclysm, one of the members, were trying to stop them, but I think that was just their timing right there, and now it's only a minute left. Now the Rainmaker is on the hands of Cataclysm, and this maybe they could try this again. They could try this again with this push here.
Yeah, we are going to see 1 go down on the side of Cataclysm. Can Inari push? No, Inari couldn't push it just too far in. We're going to see Mori kind of sit here on this bunker and maybe go for some sort of last-ditch effort. Splashdown getting denied. I'm not sure exactly by who. Good tent throw. No, you're not done. You're throwing the stamp. Nice stamp throw here by Turtle. He mines up their bunker, which is very nice choice there. We've seen a lot of Cataclysm initiate their pushes by going onto that bunker, just like the Tetras are right there.
Yeah, it seems though now it's just a 3v3 now, so Cataclysm now has to make this push here. So but will License to Krill able to stop them? No, the tent barely almost got him, so this might be their push. But as soon as I said that, but that's way too soon. But but yeah, License to Krill will take this game 2, so it now ties it 1-1. This is an amazing, what a good set so far for us commentating, Yeet.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first match we watch here, obviously. Or first set, my bad. Just such a close match, and you can just kind of see the differences between a push in Rainmaker and a push in a mode like Tower Control, where Tower Control you have those checkpoints that you have to get through. That maybe if you get through that first checkpoint and you can't exactly make it to the second checkpoint, you can have a sort of identical push but still make it to the second checkpoint. But here in Rainmaker, it's only as far as you push it. It's only the strength of your push that matters. And I just feel like Cataclysm just didn't really have it in them. The luck wasn't really on their side that match, as you saw them get so close twice. The first time pushing it to 33, and the next time pushing it to 29, I believe. It just was not in their favor, and we're gonna see a set deciding game 3.
Yep, and now we are going to Anchovy Games Splat Zones, and this is a map and mode that I haven't really, seen in a while, so this will be interesting. I would prefer, Anchovy Games in Tower Control and Rainmaker, just because of how much, frontliners just, coming up into enemy splat and then just start making a push on their advantage. But it seems, though, look at the comps here, and these are pretty interesting. There's a double bomb rush from the side of Cataclysm, which is an auto bomb rush and just a splat bomb
those are light tetras.
Yeah, I just noticed it too, so I was like, okay, so they're playing the auto bomb at tetras.
Yeah, I think one of the things that Cataclysm might end up struggling against here is the range of the C-Jet against their own comp. Cataclysm really has to make sure that they can maintain mid, especially just because it's splat zones, but also because if you really can't keep that paint, you're allowing this C-Jet to paint up even more, get out even more stingrays, and we're going to see this tent start pushing in, and you have Inkjets, and you have armor and everything like that, and it can just get so overwhelming at times. And we're going to see a lot of specials come out here, as Gregory on this right side fan forced to back up. A good pick there on those Tetras, and they're going to try to move up and maybe get another, and does get that on the rapid there, and we're going to see zone cap here by the side of License to Krill. Cataclysm, if they get wiped here, this is going to be a huge push for License to Krill. Nice Inkjet pick by Gregory. Very good positioning there, making sure to stay up as high as they possibly can so that the lack of range from the side of Cataclysm, they're not really able to take down that Inkjet.
Yeah, that's a really good play to play an Inkjet here, and that I think that's to the favor of all the Inkjet mains out there, the people who are watching. That's a spot where the range, you need the range if you want to reach those Inkjet mains out there.
Yeah, we see a very nice job pushing up here by License to Krill. Tent putting out bubbles, but does go down. Maybe we're gonna see Cataclysm try to recap here.
Yeah, and now they do. And I actually want to mention, actually pulling a C-Jet, especially for this map and mode, I find it pretty interesting. And probably for me, I didn't probably would find it interesting that now that you mentioned that the C-Jet can paint with the enemy team just has all that paint, and then the C-Jet has the opportunity just to paint all over all the the enemy's paint. So I was like, okay, so that's pretty interesting. So that's how easy they, for this map mode, can get their ray pretty quickly there.
Yeah, on the side of Cataclysm too, again, just by looking at their comp, we only really see the Junior and maybe the K-Shot as sort of painting weapons here. This Rapid, just with the kind of kit that it has, can only really paint with its bomb rush. But against a comp like License to Krill, with that tent and with the C-Jet and the armors and the Inkjets coming out from Gregory, they're just going to get pushed back so many times. So it's going to take a real nice effort from Cataclysm to take this game.
Yeah, and Cataclysm has now this opportunity. They just gotta make sure they got specials and able to defend it, but this might be not it, because we see two members from the side of Cataclysm go down, and License to Krill was able to take the zone back. And we see here, now we just have a minute left here. Inari here with pulling out the spot bomb rush here, so yeah.
Very nicely paired with missiles as well. And we have seen a lot of picks on the side of Cataclysm by License to Krill that I think the only reason those picks were really successful was because of that lack of paint, and you don't have paint underneath your feet, and you're just not able to move around as fast or escape. And we see Cataclysm not having any penalty left, and Zone getting tied up so close.
Yeah, and it's all getting neutralized on the zone too, so only 15 seconds left, but License to Krill was able to cap that zone for the penalty for Cataclysm, so this may be it, but Cataclysm has the zone back. So now Cataclysm has to do is play more of defense so they could keep the zone so they could win this game. So we see missiles coming out from Cataclysm, so specials are going to be coming out like pretty quick here. So and then we see a Ray here, and then like 10. Oh, this might be it. This could be Cataclysm's game here, and it does. I gotta say, from like, you know, from this matchup here, like this has been like just a back and forth to fights and neutralizing the zone every single of that, like in mid game, and then just the ending like that. Like we gotta give props to License to Krill. Like they tried, like, you know, their very best to at least like win this, like at least a game, but which they did on the second game. Like they were really close on that last one.
Yeah, this third game could have swayed either way, and I think it just kind of comes down to License to Krill maybe getting a little bit antsy trying to push in. You see that when you see that timer start ticking down, and that safety net of the penalty is gone. In a lot of players, it incites a kind of panic into them, where they just kind of see it and they don't want them to get super close to it. But by doing that, instead you're letting them get past it. If you start kind of rushing on your own, which I don't really think License Krill really did too much, but sometimes it just comes down to those one or two picks that you might have missed a single shot on that can decide such a close game in a close set like this. It really just kind of comes down to those individual smaller plays that make up this entire game.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, yeah, both sides from, like, you know, that vary on the splat zones, Anchovy. Like you got like License to Krill just with the siege, just getting at least the Ray, and then just make sure that they are trying to neutralize the zone, especially in the situation where if you're trying to pull a Ray in Anchovy's splat zones, and then you have, you know, your team just trying to make sure to cap the zone and, you know, make it's neutralized, and then maybe like take the cap. And I find it how like it's pretty interesting, and maybe in the future games I will see Siege on splat zones Anchovy, which I would, you know, want to see more of it. And from the side of Cataclysm comes back. If Anchovy.
Yeah, I feel like Anchovy was one of the later maps to be added, right? Or am I just being stupid?
Who knows, really? Like, I mean, like some map and modes can be interesting, just how I find to like maybe watch around in my passive commentating. Like there's just been some, like, you know, ups and downs on maps like people won't expect, and people coming into this tournament and play. But it's, you know, like to like everybody's, you know, how they play it out, you know, on the map and mode.
Yeah, everybody's got a strange pick. I'm not saying Siege on Zone's Ancho is a strange pick, but like I've seen people go with like Deco Heavy sometimes on some really strange map mode combos, so you don't really see too often. But again, it's just nice to kind of have something to kind of pull out and just be like, hey, you didn't know I had this, and time to suffer, you know? Like an Aerospray PG on a really weird zones map, you know?
Yeah, and I find it like Aerospray to be like an interesting pick if you're playing it in a tournament too, like especially for Splat zones. And Aerospray is just like, you know, the most painting weapon in the game. So like all you do with that weapon is just paint.
Yeah, I actually have a little bit of experience playing Aerospray. I think there was one time where I pulled out the PG. I think it was Tower Control on Black Belly. I feel like it might have been an early low ink or something like that, like low ink April or something like that. And it just kind of works sometimes. Like you see teams out here with off the meta comps, like about a month ago, I played in High Ink, and a lot of people know. I think it's a. See, I always get kind of mixed up because we have sink or swim, and then it's like, is it swim or sink sometimes? And then I know there's another team. I think it was called Splatter Swim. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's Splatter Swim for sure.
But we all kind of, or at least I've known them for like, I think it was Rainmaker Ancho, first game of the tournament, and we see 3 splooshes and a tri-slosher. And you only have a few seconds to kind of process that sometimes, because you kind of get used to kind of like a standard comp in your mind, which to me is just like, okay, splatter scope, junior or zap, K-Pro, K-Shot. Like we kind of see like that and some variants of it. Some people opting for double armor sometimes, no backline, but I don't think I've ever played more like it's such a strange comp, like a triple sploosh and a tri-slosher. But we've seen some strange picks, and those always make for the most exciting matches though, because after a while you just kind of see the same comps fight over and over again, and then you just kind of see like this off the wall, like maybe somebody did something illegal and their brain's not really in it, and they just kind of like, hey, let's go for a stupid comp. And sometimes it works, and that's kind of what I love about this game, is that you can go for like a dumb comp sometimes and it works.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I mean, there's like, you know, there's like a lot of teams, especially like, you know, to some lower teams too. They can always, you know, come up with a mind of like make a comp that's just like not in the meta. Like, I feel like there are some comps like would play like some kind of meta weapons, especially to like of course we see like a lot of, you know, T-Tech, K-Shot, and we see Junior and Zap for support. Like, we see those like mostly a lot in, you know, in these like kind of big strong tournaments here.
Yeah. It's like, do we know who we're streaming next? Okay. One second. I'm gonna pull up this bracket real quick.
Yep.
Oh,
okay.
Okay.
That's fine. Okay. This will be another interesting matchup here. Okay. Seems though, we already got a set match here. So we're just kind of waiting, you know, everybody in the lobby to get in.
You said Los Inklings and HELIX?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. So like we are going to be watching Los Inklings versus HELIX, and Los Inklings, this is a team that I haven't seen in a while. And I know I went up against them in a tournament, which I believe it was this tournament in the past. So like it will be interesting to see them again. Like, I don't know what exactly, how they play, but it'll be interesting to see against HELIX, which I know HELIX pretty well. Carrot, you got Carrot as the support, then you got Latios just playing T-Tech and Slayer, then you got Chase playing those Tetra dualies, but I mean, he can always change it up to some other dualies. I mean, it is testing grounds after all. Like, you get to literally try out a comp, see if it works or not. This is how testing grounds is. You try out some new things.
I mean, it's in the name.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think I've seen Chase pull out Dapples sometimes, which I'm pretty sure those are going to be fun to watch if they do opt for that kind of a choice. But again, we're going to see some really nice gameplay come out of this side of HELIX, and hopefully we're going to see some good responses as well inside of Los Inklings here too.
Absolutely. Like, I definitely haven't gotten a chance to at least mention about HELIX, and now, today's the day, and we are going to be going to Schellendorf Institute Tower Control, and I have hate in Schellendorf in general, but just to the, backliners that like to go onto the glass up there and just, but this is in their favor of chargers and splatlings to especially on this map and mode. It doesn't matter if it's splat zones, tower control, clams, or rainmaker. It can be either way. On this match. It could go either. It can go either way. But
yeah, but
do you have
it's
anything?
Nice to give that backliners their match. They're kind of map mode favorites sometimes. I mean, I used to play a lot with one of my friends who would play Heavy and Hydra a lot, and every time Schellendorf came up, they were just screaming the entire time because it's just their map, They just get to have some sort of control on that glass, and we're going to see how these two teams are going to maybe use this glass to their advantage, especially strong pushes here. Some really good knowledge would be to, if you can take the opponent's top right after crossing over the glass, it's a very nice choke point. And is that a blaster?
I see a blaster, and that's a custom blaster, which, I find it a really good pick for if you're playing just the regular blaster. Sorry, words are not coming out of my mouth today, but custom blaster is a really good choice. You got the inkjet, and then you got the auto bomb. But it seems though HELIX already took 3 down from the side of Lost Inklings, so HELIX is gonna be pushing up, and we look at the comps here. So it seems though Lost Inklings is just more like an aggro kind of comp here, and then you got HELIX just as a usual kind of comp like this. I mean, what can I say?
It's somewhat standard. I mean, you have the Tetras, which I think are a nice pick here. I'm pretty sure at the beginning of this match, when we kind of looked at what mains everybody was using on the map screen, I'm pretty sure Los Inklings were all using Comeback, and that might be really good for stopping pushes. I don't know. That's a very nice splashdown denial by is that Latios' Inkjet. We see these Tetras use their dodge roll lead, their advantage here, kind of moving along that glass faster than anybody else can, unless you're running all 1 speed. We're gonna see this charger. They have a lot of range over the other team, using it to their advantage, able to get another pick here, and Capshot's the last guy to get a delayed wipe on Los Inklings, and we're going to see Latios kind of push up for that right side. Getting 2v1 does get one person down, and is that a nice... Yeah, that was a nice crit there by this blaster, trying to stop HELIX's push as they're already to that last checkpoint with about 3 minutes to go.
Yep, and it's HELIX made a really good push there, making it to remaining of 23. So, and we see Inkjet coming out from someone, which I don't know. I'm not gonna name anyone from this, but they literally named themselves someone. But interesting when you come into the tournament and then you just have names that are just like, oh, it's someone who. But it seems though Helix is able to ride the tower back, and we see Carrot on the tower, and then you got Latios just holding it up and just keep it really covered to their advantage. And Latios was able to get like 3 picks there, so that's probably gonna knock this one out, and Helix will take game 1. No, as soon as I said that, like, that just like, whoops, never mind. They just like lost. Inklings was able to stop them. I spoke too soon, ladies and gentlemen. Every time I say it, it's just like I spoke too soon. But
yeah.
Helix.
We'll call it a prediction, if anything. We'll call it a prediction. We saw a lot of control come out of the side of Helix on this match. With a 20 KA there by Latios. Maybe Los Inklings will have to rethink their comp here, but again, I think it's just having that range and that pressure of a splatter scope kind of on you, just being king or queen respectively on the glass there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Los Inklings need to really think through what they have to decide on comps, because I'm sure they were not having, like, they just couldn't find it to like start up pushes, and like they were like just pretty much outranged from Helix. Like Helix just had much range from this side, but now the map, we're going to game 2. We're going to start up on Clam Blitz Snapper Canal, and actually I find this map and mode like one of my favorites for Clam Blitz, just because like you got like little good of coordinations, and you got like pretty much anywhere you could like start up with a push here. And we see, look at the comps here, and we see an arrow spray from the side of Los Inklings. Like, okay, so as soon as, yeah, like you did call out like on an arrow spray, and now we're seeing it on stream. Like,
I'm just kind of speechless for a second here. I mean, I want to see a comp like this work, because that'll just be really impressive. But Latios again just getting some really nice picks here, just keeping up the pressure on the side of Los Inklings' base. And what Los Inklings has to do here is they need to try to coordinate pushes a little bit more. Is that E-Leader in their base?
I believe so. I don't know.
No. Okay. So the E-Leader's in their own base here, and it's a very nice kind of control here by this gal, just kind of getting outnumbered though, going down to the zap, and we have a 4-2 advantage on the side of Helix as they maybe try to start a push in.
Yeah, and they got their power clam, so they could literally go either way. So like, and this is where Los Inklings just are having a rough time just to figure out where they're gonna come from. They got mini maps where they can come, and it seems though Helix was able to take that good push with remaining of 40, and I find it like using an E-Leader here on this map and mode pretty interesting to me, because like, I mean, to all the charger memes out there, I mean, like bamboo, like I preface the bamboo for this map and mode in general, just how much like you could play aggro with that bamboo here, like how I just try to make it work. But yeah, it seems though they're
using that range to their advantage, definitely. You see, I think that was 2 power clams again put in by Helix, and yeah, this E-Leader is just taking that entire side for themselves, just trying to get as many picks as possible, just have a little bit of fun with it, and I don't really blame them here. Just getting sort of uncontested, and just getting some very nice picks here, very interesting to watch too.
Yeah, I actually, like, that's like the spot. Like, if you're gonna play backlining for like Clam Blitz Snapper, like that's the spot. Like where either a charger or maybe a Slyling, like that's in their favor of like where they want to be. because like they might be able to get hit, or they might at least maybe like get a hit on them, and you know, they'll finish them off. Like, and I find it like a good spot here, but seems though both no, I actually spoke too soon, but Los England's gonna jump, and are they gonna score? Yes, they do. So, but I don't think it's gonna be enough for them in their favor. So it seems though Los Inklings here is just not like having a time just to like not find the right time just to push. Like, and that's what I'm really seeing right now. But
it seems like they're getting overwhelmed by HELIX a little bit here. We see HELIX kind of, all of their pushes have been special coordinated, as you see the armor and the rain coming out, and we're kind of waiting for them to use the other two. They're a nice pick by Cargo here, getting the E-leader down with the splashdown and trying to stop HELIX's push, getting another down, but eventually going to the Tetras, as we're going to see this Aerospray try to defend this clan as long as they can.
Yeah, they got 2 power claims, so they have like a total of 28 now. Or no, 20, excuse me. They got like a lot of power claims. Like,
yeah, they got a lot.
A lot in their favor, and the machine is trying to at least maybe to get some pressure on, you know, HELIX, but HELIX was able to at least defend, you know, their backliner here in case their machine was able to at least pick on him. But, you know, it was in their favor, but if they were trying to defend, you know, their backliner there. But we got 30 seconds now. It seems Los Inklings does not have a power plant. They need to start, you know, rethinking now to get at least a power plant. But now's their time. They have from the side of HELIX 3 down, so they need to start making a power claim in the next 15 seconds. So, which they do. So now this is in their favor. They maybe could start up with like, you know, some strong push here, or it could be like this match could literally go either way.
Yeah, we see they had 2 splashdowns chart. One got canceled, I believe. We're gonna see this baller go in, and a jump, which I believe is a splashdown jump, which is very nice decision there. Some good coordination finally by Los Inklings, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Only Aerospray up here, and they get a full wipe. HELIX is looking to take this set, but I believe it is a playoff 3.
Yep. Yeah, since HELIX won this set, but we are going to be play all 3, so we are going to be playing game 3 for this one. So it's not over. It is technically over, but we're still going to see game 3 here in testing grounds.
Yeah, I am very, very much anticipating what Los Inklings is going to bring out of their magician's hat for this next match. Very much anticipating it. I don't know what map mode it is, but I'm sure it's going to be something really strange but fun to watch.
Yep, and it seems the map we're in game 3 we're going to Starfish main stage on Rainmaker. This is something that I would see this very recently. Like, Rainmaker on Starfish is just like a map and mode where you want to immediately pop it and then maybe start taking a push at, like, maybe to the right, which I know a lot of teams would always take it to the, you know, that right side of their court there, and then if they have that opportunity to, like, you know, push it at Rainmaker.
Yeah, personally this is one of my least favorite Rainmakers, but it's a very fun one to watch, and we got the Dapples coming out. Is that a V-shot as well? Some
I believe so. Yeah, that is a V-shot on the side of Los Inklings.
V-shot. Yeah, let's go back to these Dapples though. We see them running Object Shredder, and that's going to be very commanding for the side of HELIX with their pops. Going to put a lot of pressure on the side of Los Inklings when it comes down to those Rainmaker pops, and could be a deciding factor in this game. Not exactly sure yet. See, Carrot moving left and right here, trying to dodge other bullets coming from Los Inklings, as they seem to have a lot of pressure in this mid side, in this mid portion of the map, and we might see a opening push come out from Los Inklings. A nice splashdown denial by Chase there with those daffodils, and we're going to see Los Inklings try to go for as many points as they can, but I'm afraid 60 isn't going to be enough on this map mode combo, as we're going to see HELIX with the 3 specials coming out on their side, holding this Rainmaker, hoping that there's nobody trying to get them down before they can actually get that push started. Chase doing a good job pushing up, does eventually go down though in the trade. And we see this V-shot get a nice kill, 3 down on the side of HELIX. And maybe we're going to see another push come out from this Inklings.
Yeah, it seems though now HELIX might not want to maybe try to not be lazy now. They want to maybe want to finish this match here, but now they got 3 members down from the side of Los England, so yeah, an opportunity like that, they HELIX could start with this push here, but maybe they're just taking it slow. So I mean, you know, every single team, you know, they're all trying to be patient here. They're not rushing it, especially on Rainmaker. This is one of the fastest modes that you could knock this game out, for Splatoon.
Yeah, gonna give some credit where credit is due here. Los Inklings doing a good job at defending, but unfortunately, right as I say that, HELIX does take the lead, and we're gonna have to see another push come out from Los Inklings if they can get enough members of HELIX down. Los Apple's doing a good job to stop that Rainmaker push, and Los Inklings are really gonna have to work for this one.
Absolutely, yeah. It's Los Inklings just not in the favor just to maybe start up with the push yet. So they do have the Rainmaker now, so we got the K-Machine trying to at least pick on the probably this one of the shooter weapons from the side of the HELIX, which I cannot see, but
I believe it's a splash, and there's not even a splash in this map. I'm blind.
Don't worry. We're all kind of in that same page there. So
yeah.
if we're not saying it.
You want to know who's not blind? This Charger getting some really nice picks in mid, holding the Stingray down. 2 of their teammates end up falling to Los Inklings, trying to give jumps and seeing maybe if they can get some picks. And I think we see that V-shot flanking the Charger, getting 1 down on the side of HELIX, and we're going to see Los Inklings start to push up, trying to go for lead, getting stopped yet again by HELIX. All just painfully close.
Now they got it, and now it's they're at remaining of 28 now. So we got a minute left. 2 members from the side of HELIX go down. So who knows? HELIX can maybe just 3-0 this set, or they could, or maybe just Los Inklings would just maybe win this game, and then they'll just we at least won one game from this team here.
Yeah, and taking game off HELIX isn't anything to be not proud of. I know HELIX is a very good and strong team to play against, and Los Inklings getting a game off them would be a good accomplishment for them. Trying to hold this lead with 30 seconds left, getting picked by the Charger. Charger going down, V-shot going down here, and it's just an all-out battle for this mid-section here. We're going to see 2 go down on the side of HELIX, one coming back. Inkjet coming out, getting pressured by, I believe that's a bomb rush, and we're gonna have to see a very nice push come out of the side of those.
Don't worry.
I can't do it.
Yeah, it's all good, but we go straight to overtime here. HELIX might no. Again, I feel like I spoke too soon whenever I try to say things. And it seems though Los Inklings will win Game 3 here. So the final score, HELIX wins 2-1. Both what a good job to both sides though. We see HELIX doing wonderful job, just well coordination as like working as a team. Especially we saw like game 1 and game 2 how well they were coordinated as a team. Like they just know when when to start a push and then coordinate with all those specials too.
Yeah. We saw that V shot on the side of Los Inklings get the highest KA on their team. Definitely a pick you don't see super often, but does work out in their favor. And I'm glad we can kind of see these off the meta weapons kind of be used in a tournament setting like this. Like we saw the Dapples come out from HELIX as well, and it provided for a pretty interesting match.
Absolutely. But I know I definitely want to see less Inklings in the future. I'm sure they'll work their way through to, improve. Like it just probably wasn't, their match to take it all. So I will definitely will see Lost Inklings trying to, come back to any of these tournaments in the near future.
Yeah, hopefully we can see more come out of them as well. And we can see them kind of emerge as some pretty strong teams, which they already kind of have been.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and just in the future, like I like how HELIX comp really works. Like they had all that range. Like they got that charger that just takes up so much of range, and they take the view of where those frontliners are going from, and like the charger just has has all the eyes to watch and who's gonna go flank or not. Like that's how maybe a backline would do. So
yeah, not really working out in their advantage, I say, for that last match. But the previous two, Charger did a very good job, especially on that tower control Schellendorf match. Just that kind of range that they have on a team that decides not to run a backline. It kind of comes down to that question of, is it worth running a backline or not? And for the most part, I'd say yes. But there are those map and mode combos like Rainmaker Starfish, where not running a backline can turn out in your favor. And I think that's what happened in that last match, as well as some very nicely timed picks by both sides, but match went to Los Inklings.
Yeah, I guess some comps would maybe just need to think of just just think through if they want to go for some range, maybe a little bit. They don't have to go with all that range they need, but they just need a I feel like for Lost Inklings though, they need to find how they can handle comps, and I don't really think it was in their favor, as probably we saw, which I would see pretty exciting to see if they bring something really that's not really used in a tournament or anything. So it's pretty interesting to see it, that Lost Inklings would pull out something that we just never see in these tournaments.
Yeah, always a fun team to watch. Maybe next time that I'm watching a stream and they're on it, I might tune into it, try to see what kind of wacky weapons they might pull out, and do pretty well with, I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely. And I actually want to do some kind of little promo here. And we, on this channel, IPL Splatoon, we got, I guess it's called the Bet on Channel Points, which, if you probably don't know, anyone who's watching in the stream right now, there's a feature called Channel Points where you could literally redeem anything. You got all the custom point rewards for depending on the channel who you watch. So this is a feature that if you want to bet on using those channel points, just make sure how many of those points you have. For example, maybe someone has like 10k points or something, or maybe more than that. You could definitely use your channel points on betting in this channel, in the main features.
Yeah. Yeah, betting for channel points as well. We can prove the IPL staff wrong. If you bet all of your points a bunch of times and predict the correct winner, you can get the reward, which is called literally nothing but out of reach for 700 and what is this? 777777777 points, which I don't feel like saying in numbers because I'm gonna mess it up because my brain's fried. But you can prove them wrong and you can get the literally nothing but out of reach reward. And I just think that's a pretty Chad move, and you all should try to go for it because I want to see that happen.
Absolutely.
Maybe I'll send you money.
Like, absolutely. I mean, we definitely see, in the IPL Splatoon's Twitch chat, they would just redeem all, the points. They would just, like, redeem literally nothing, or maybe literally nothing but expensive. But you will definitely see those, like, around times to times in chats. So, like, we would see, like, this is probably just, like, a promo we want to pull out here for, IPL Splatoon here. And it seems, though, I guess we will take a really short break here, and we'll wait on until the next set here. So don't go anywhere, guys, and we'll see you guys in the next set. Alright, welcome back guys. Hopefully you guys had a good break here. I am German once again, and I'm joined here with Yeet from Stargaze. And we are going to see... Yeah, and this set here, we're going to be watching Destiny Troops versus Twice. And we already know about, Destiny Troops here, so I guess we already know the names. But from the side of Twice, I do not know them as much, but I definitely seen them in other tournaments in the past before. I think the recent one I seen them was in Low Ink December, which was the last time, but it will definitely be like something that I would see them, come out and what they have in mind for comps here. And it seems we are going to be having game one already, so we are going to be... okay, I don't even feel like saying the map, but I'll say it anyway. It's Black Belly.
Oh god.
Yeah, Black Belly Splat Zones. Okay. This is not in the favor.
Yesterday or the day before, I tweeted, "Words cannot describe how much I despise Zone's Black Belly." And I remember Popgun commented on it, so he must be laughing at me right now that I have to watch him play this horrid map mode combo that I hate, but Tri-Sloshers love. And we see Tri-Sloshers come out from both sides, and we're gonna see Destiny Troops opt for that double armor. And I think an interesting pick here by Twice is going for that E-Leader. I think is a nice kind of counterplay to Popgun's Hydra, but Destiny Troops getting a lot of early control, trying to establish some sort of early dominance against Twice, trying to stop their counter push here. As a nice pick by Tofu here, getting 2 down on Twice again, and we're going to see this timer tick down even further, past 70 points.
Yeah.
We see the K-Gal kind of being forced to retreat as we see Destiny Troops doing a good job pairing up. Goes down though, and we might see something out of Twice, but they already have 2 members down, and we see that timer just taken down even further. And hopefully Twice can kind of keep it together and not panic, but again, a team like Destiny Troops kind of... I feel like they know what they're doing here, as we're going to see Twice go for a Booyah Bomb and 10 missiles to try to get Destiny Troops down. One goes down on each side, and Twice does manage to get control, putting a nice meaty penalty on this on Destiny Troops here.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Twice here just really can't find a proper to like start with a push and then like make one. So Destiny Troops here is like they're in good position. Like they got like everything handled control. Like and you got like the double slosher from Destiny Troops here, which I like to probably see that. Like I've definitely seen double slosher comps before, and especially like maybe this like mapping mode will be in the favor like for double sloshers, because like you got like K-Machine and then you got Try. Like Try here for the mapping mode, I think it's pretty good here for like all the Tri-Slosher mains out there that are watching.
Yeah, and to all the Tri-Slosher mains that are watching, why do you mean Tri-Slosher? Anyways, we're gonna see a nice push up by this Kensa sloshing machine, and we're gonna see that penalty's gone already. Twice only having 5 ticks left to go, and we're gonna see Destiny Troops get this first match on their side. Thank God this match is over. I don't like looking at this map.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm pretty sure the audience, to the people who are watching, you probably do not want to watch like Black Belly's Splat Zones in this community just because no one really likes this mapping mode.
Well, I mean, there are people that like them, and then there are people that are sane.
True. You got that.
I think... Oh, we're doing it again?
Whoa, what? Wait, I feel like, okay, so we have a little bit of some issue going on here. I think Popgun was literally going crazy as soon as I call out him right now on the stream.
Yeah. Zone's Black Belly. I can't. I know people like it. I know it's on map lists, but like, why? That's one thing that I don't understand. I'm not like questioning the map makers, the amazing map makers for IPL. I love all of the staff here. Please don't take this the wrong way, but get rid of Zone's Black Belly. I'm begging you.
As soon as though, it seems though, game 2, we're going back to the ship, ladies and gentlemen, but instead, it's not going to be raining. We're going to be actually riding the tower on the boat?
We're tower controlling. Whoa.
Yes, we're taking a tower in the boat. Yes,
it's like
I say it.
Elevator.
Yes, I say it. It's Manta Maria Tower Control, and we actually talked about it. And we were actually talking about this too. You were talking about Manta Maria Tower Control of how. Do you want to maybe explain it again? I guess.
The sideways elevator part, or
just pretty much anything in general about this. Like, you definitely had some like good examples on this map and mode itself.
Yeah, Manta here on tower control, it's tolerable. I think Manta's decent. It's not like perfect, but like it's playable. I don't like zones here. You're gonna see I don't like zones a lot. But tower control Manta, I think Destiny Troops, if they know what they're doing, and if they're listening to me right now, use the Kenshin. Control in the street and on the bunker is so important to this map mode, because if you can get, let's say you can start pressuring them with that Kenshin, and you can get on the opponent's bunker, and then you can place Pop Gun on that Hydra up there, that is some insane amount of control with virtually uncontested range, except for maybe an E-leader. But even then, it's like, can the E-leader even get a shot off if you're just going to kind of camp them down on the ledges? I even say you could opt for a Tri-Slosher here again if you really wanted to. I just think control in the street is just so important here, and having paint control as well in the mid. But you have to watch out on the mast there, on the grates, for anyone really, even like a flank. And we are going to see that Kenshin and the Tri-Slosher come out. Thank you for listening to me, if you did listen.
Yeah, and now we got Pop Gun now on the remix. I actually, like, for me, like, if I ever like backlining, like, I like using heavy remix just because, like, you got that Booyah Bomb, and then, like, you can really, like, as a backliner for Booyah Bombs, like, you could really get that your Booyah Bomb kind of fast, like, too, like, as long as, like, you know what you're doing is, like, heavy, which I know Pop Gun knows how to play, like, Splatling so well, so, like, he's like, knows what he's doing with Splatling here, but it seems though, Destiny Troops here trying to, maybe start a push here, so they got, like, maybe 2 members down, which I only saw 1, but I think I saw, like, 2 members go down, but, seems though now they got, the first checkpoint, they're gonna get the first checkpoint, and now they're gonna have to at least obtain the second checkpoint, and I do want to mention about the
I was talking about right here.
Yeah, this is like where you probably want to go on with this point here, because this second checkpoint here,
exactly how you want to push the look, but Kgal over here is just saying no, I don't want that. I believe that was 3 down on their play there. We're going to see Zonic on that K-Pro, trying to stay alive, trying to get as many picks as they can, going down to the Zap, I believe, and we might see Destiny Troops start another push, trying to stall the tower in mid, waiting for all of their members to come back, and we're going to see that Kensa Slashing Machine get denied the splashdown, and I think a really good pick here by Twice, comp-wise, is that C-Jet. Able to spam that ray, you're able to get their armor out, and you're also able to get a lot of paint from distance. You're able to kind of, as you can see right there, able to push back that Tri-Slosher, and then paired up with that inkjet there by Draco, doing a good job to kind of pressure Destiny troops, but unfortunately not getting anyone down. And that's kind of where Destiny troops is going to start their push, getting 2 down on twice, and we're going to see Pop Gun and I believe that's Clang take the tower, and we're going to see them go into that street again. 1 special ready on each side, and we see this kind of really nice control. It's going to come from this Tri-Slosher, only getting 1, going down to this T-Tech, and Pop Gun end up trading with them. Getting past that second checkpoint though, which is huge.
Yeah, 100%, a huge thing, especially for TC Manta. Like, this is like their opportunity. It seems though that Destiny troops here is trying to get the last checkpoint, which they did. Now, like, they have 3 members down, so Twice was able to stop them, but it just, like, Destiny troops wanted to at least get that last checkpoint, so it's like, yeah, like, we don't want to deal with any of these checkpoints no more, so we got all of them, so, like, we can really push this.
It was a great job identifying how close they were to that checkpoint, and just kind of sacrificing themselves to get past that last checkpoint, and that kind of play right there can really impact the game in their favor, especially, as we're going to see 1 go down on the side of Destiny troops, and Pop Gun kind of holding that Booyah Bomb, putting it down, and maybe seeing if they can get close enough to the end, but only able to push to 7. And we're going to see Destiny troops. I think right there you see a lot of really important picks by Destiny troops when we see Twice start to push out, because Destiny troops backs up, and then what ends up happening is they're able to get a pick onto Twice, and that pick can basically make them reset. And then by getting that kind of pick, you're giving the height advantage and the paint advantage to Destiny troops. You're allowing Pop Gun to take their most advantageous positions, and we're going to see just the sloshers just go absolutely ham in that street, and just so much pressure on Twice. They only have 30 seconds left in this match. Zonic getting a nice pick there, those end up going down, and we're going to see 1 down on each side. Tri-Slosher making moves down there, getting 1, and hoping to stop any kind of push that Twice can get out in his last 15 seconds. Doing a very good job at maintaining paint as well.
Yeah, and this is like in their favor too. Destiny troops here just really keeping everything under control as a team, but I think maybe this could maybe turn things around for like Twice. But as soon as I said that, at once again, every time I try to say things, it just everything turns things around on me. But it seems though Destiny troops here will take this set here against Twice. But like I said, to people who just came in now or maybe a little bit sooner ago, remember this is play all 3, so we are going to be seeing game 3 here, and we are now going to do Wahoo World Clamplets, which I haven't really seen much of this map mode combination here, me commentating.
They're missing a player.
Oh, okay. And it seems we might have some difficulties here. They may
we're gonna. I think they're trying to just buy us a little bit of time, and I think we can kind of just take a second to kind of digest what happened the last 2 matches, maybe, because we saw a lot of control coming out of the side of Destiny troops, using that double slosher to their advantage on these kinds of maps that are coming out. And what is going on? I don't know what's going on.
I honestly do not know, but I think they're just gonna make this a little bit of a quicker so they could get I think Twice lost the player, so they're gonna have to come back.
Yeah.
But I guess we could recap on this whole set here. Do you have anything that you want to add in?
Looking at the map list, from this set, and this is just like an opinion piece right here that I'm about to say. I'm glad I commentated this, first of all. I'm saying that because I've found sort of a new love for commentating. It's a lot of fun. I've been able to commentate with some of my personal favorite commentators, like Devi and Genie, with commentating with Devi in Minnow Cup and commentating with Genie in SAC or SAC, or however you want to pronounce it, which I guess it's just both ways now. But
Yeah.
Commentating with you has been really nice as well. And on top of that, commentating on these maps is a lot better than playing on them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, I'm actually, happy and then glad to, commentate some, like, with some people that I probably don't know. Like it's like really exciting because like I get to, have a little bit of like time to like, commentate, for our session here. So, and
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
yeah, it has been. And now let's talk about this map mode, which is Wahoo World Clan Blitz. Do you have anything you want to say for this one, Yeet?
Bubbles. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say bubbles here. That's the one word I'm going for. Word of the day is bubbles. A kind of push on Clan Blitz Wahoo. You want bubbles. You want bubbles. It doesn't really, like, maybe not a K Junior, maybe not a pro, maybe a squeezer. I'm not sure if anybody on these teams can play a squeezer, but I hope they can, because I feel like this is a very nice squeezer map. Normally when I play Clan Blitz, I like to go for kind of like a baller weapon here. Or not here, but like on average, playing Clan Blitz, you think, oh, baller. But that clan basket is so high up from that ground part that it makes it really difficult to kind of position yourself as a baller. And with bubbles, you're able to move across I think it's called the plat. The part that goes in and out, and it's kind of funny.
Oh yeah, that's
Has the timer. Yeah, it's plat. With bubbles, instead of like kind of moving down, you can kind of just like hide yourself in it and just kind of throw the clan like, I got a little shield. But we do see the squeezer come out on twice. And
Yeah,
both sides opting for squeezers, actually. So
I see. Yeah, so this will be in the favor because like I think squeezer, like especially like if you don't like playing 10th, for example, like for bubbles, like this will probably be your weapon. Like squeezer is like really not of a bad choice for a bubbles weapon. I mean, like I'm sure there are a lot of players out there who try out playing squeezer for like literally anything for like map and modes. Like we've definitely seen it in like Swimmer's Sink or in any other tournament. So.
Yeah, I think the only thing that squeezer is bad for is your joints, because it hurts sometimes. In order to utilize that range, just kind of spamming ZR, I'm not used to it too much. But squeezer is definitely one of those kind of like really strange weapons that we've kind of seen emerge kind of like from out of nowhere, where it's just like, oh yeah, this is good now, and it's like hasn't been buffed or nerfed since like last year. And it's like, oh, well, why haven't we been using it? We're just like, I don't know, it was just kind of weird. But we're gonna see a very nice opening push here by Destiny Troops, getting all the way to 27, and Choice is really going to have to respond with a very good push of their own to try to catch up to Destiny Troops' lead that they have just amassed from that very nice push.
That push from Destiny Troops, like they had so many of clans and then power clans to like at least score with a good amount of like score like of the remaining, at least to go from 27. And it seems though Twice was able to at least throw some of their power clans, but it's not enough, which they got it to remaining of 54. So Twice really needs to like respond more and then just think through what they need to do, like think of another push against Destiny Troops here.
Yeah, it's definitely a good push to build off of, but you see the distance kind of between that 54 and the 27, and just those penalties that are just standing in the way, and we're gonna have to see some good pushes to kind of break those penalties on each side, as I believe that's Twice's push getting pushed to the side by Destiny Troops.
Yeah, and Destiny Troops, yeah, I believe Twice had that opportunity to push there too, but Destiny Troops was able to, defend, from Twice scoring another power clam here. So, and that's like someone definitely on Twice side had a power clam, was able to maybe get a push, but just not like there yet. Like it was just not there for them. But we see here Tofu on the K machine here. Yeah, Tofu here, like really getting picks. Like we've seen Tofu in like other matches, like they were able to get some picks there with that K machine, like from the previous games there.
Yeah, they've had a very good performance throughout this set, and hopefully maybe on stream we can see them again tonight. I'm not exactly sure if we're gonna double stream a team like Destiny Troops, even though it would be pretty cool. But yeah, I'm hoping that we can kind of see some more squeezer gameplay coming out of this match with only 1 minute and 15 seconds left. And on that last push, I believe we saw Destiny Troops not able to get more than one. Oh, that's RIP.
I believe, yeah, they have a DC, but it seems though, I think they're gonna play it out. Yeah, Twice is still gonna play this out still, but I don't know if it will be enough for them to maybe start pushes here. So
it's a very unfortunate DC, but it just happens sometimes. And I mean, I'm not saying that this match was kind of out of reach for Twice, but their push does get stopped there. And oh, he's sharking behind their side. He's able to get one down. We might see some sort of play come out of Twice here, kind of trying to hold this elbow side by themselves. But with the man down on their team, they're gone 3, and Destiny Troops is just trying to play defense here, holding on to as many clams as they can with 10 seconds remaining in this match. And I don't know if Twice has a ball to even contest this.
I believe not. They look at all that from Destiny Troops. Just 21, and then they had, I believe, Twice had 4. So I think they were trying to gather all the clans from like Twice, preventing to not make a power clan. So which that's where a team when they have a situation where just like a really good of a push, like when Destiny Troops put it to remaining of 27, just the ending there. A good of a play that Destiny Troops did was just at least gather all the clams from preventing Twice to make a power clam. And I feel like that's a bit of a smart play there. But I mean, what else can you do from these matches here?
Yeah, I have to give it to Destiny Troops here. Just the kind of play that we saw on this stream was really well and coordinated, and you kind of see a team like Destiny Troops, which I've been around for a good while, having this kind of fun to watch play style with just kind of, you can tell the coordination, you can kind of see the chemistry that they have together, and it definitely shows in that last set that we just watched on Zone's Black Belly, and then I forgot what the second match was.
I believe it was TC Manta.
Yeah, TC Manta. And those two maps especially, kind of working out in their favor, having Popgun on the Hydra and on the remix for both of them, and then using the double slosher kind of technique that they had with the Kensa machine and that vanilla tri-slosher, doing such a good job pushing up from drops and just really able to push Twice back and maintain their momentum from their pushes, which is so so crucial to victories here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we gotta, you know, I want to also give some props to Twice there. Like, I mean, they definitely could have had, you know, some opportunities to, you know, in some previous games they could have maybe get some pushes there, but I feel like in their own mindsets right now, I feel like they just didn't really had what they really needed in their favor. So, but I would definitely like to see Twice, you know, come back and like see how well they'll do on like these next future streams.
Yeah.
I believe so, yeah. But yeah, well, I definitely want to see, like, you know, like some of these teams that I don't know, like I would like to, you know, see them come back and, you know, play out like something else, maybe something different, or maybe they could work on the same comp, or just you know, maybe find a different ways how they could, you know, play it out.
Yeah. Yeah, I like watching teams that we don't really know too much. For me personally, it was I didn't really know Twice that well, and I didn't really know those Inklings, and they brought out a lot of good surprises that made these sets very enjoyable to watch, from my perspective at least. Having fun commentating here with German too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe this is going to be our end of our session here, Yeet. So
already?
I believe so. Yeah. I'm sorry, guys.
I'm not ready to go.
Yeah, it's a sad moment for you guys. Like, I know me and Yeet, we're doing our very best of commentating, but you know, it was I had like a good time with you, Yeet. Like, it was great commentating.
Yes, it was so much fun. At first, I was like, oh well, hopefully we're not like talking over each other, but it's been a very good time here. I was like, oh hey, you know, maybe I can commentate for Testing Grounds like a day or two ago, and I saw like, oh, I was paired up with somebody that I didn't know, and I'm very glad at what happened, and I'm very happy that I decided and they let me commentate here for Testing Grounds on this very swell Friday night or morning, depending on where you are.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's going to be the end for us. Yeet, is there any like social media where they can find you?
Yeah, on twitter.com you can find me at SBL Yeet OON. Very not funny play on words, but it was better than just Yeet _SBL, which is no longer my @ and anybody can kind of take it if they want it. Is there anywhere that we can find you, Jerome?
Yes, you could find me on Twitter too with RESPL, or you can find me here on Twitch, which is GermanX RESPL. I do a little bit of some content here on Splatoon stuff, but either way, Twitter or Twitch, you could find me there. And yeah, that's going to be it for us, Yeet. Well, guys, we're going to be taking a really short break, I believe so. And we're going to be moving on to the next commentators. So yes, don't go anywhere, and we'll see you guys in the next set. All right. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Hello, kids and squids. We're back at Testing Grounds 8. I'm X-Ray, joined by one of the head TOs of IPL, Sky. How are you doing?
Hello. I'm doing pretty good. I think this is going to be a pretty cool matchup with Rainmaker, Snapper, Canal, and these two strong teams.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. That being said, wow. Sorry, I have like Twitch crapping out on me. But yeah, okay. So the teams we got today, or for this round, to honor CMO and Yoshi and Go Crazy Go Stupid. Awesome. I didn't think Testing Grounds would go as far as to experimenting team names, but to each their own. But yeah. That being said, the Sky, do you recognize any of these players?
I recognize Mudcup from Azure. That's pretty much about it that I recognize, but that's personally just because I don't really know much about the high level.
I see, I see. For me, I recognize Rui and Billy. Those, at least I recall the names. I'm probably ran into them. So I have such a bad tendency to not keep up. That being said, we're starting with game one here. And we see. Okay, we see a Flingza roller on the side of Go Crazy Go Stupid, which is actually pretty interesting. And they're actually running like a lot of special charge, so that's going to be also really interesting to see. As
beginning of the game and first thing, the mini's down, and also the other team has their blaster down and splash.
Yeah, we also see an opening flank here by Pika, I believe. I don't know. Okay. So we the Rainmaker was taken out really quickly, but big takeaway here is that it's off from that top mid section because generally it's like pretty hard to take the Rainmaker off at the start of the game.
They're pushing Rainmaker to the left side, which is gonna be either really good or really bad for them if the Inkjet gets the Rainmaker.
For sure. And we do see some attempts from 2 Honor to actually block off this left area with Toxic Mist, but it's to no avail, sadly, as they completely crossed over this left wall here. Not too big of a lead, and they did get wiped, so this is definitely still doable to regain lead here.
Very, very, very capable to get lead here. The other team actually got the lead there, so that's gonna be a little bit hard for them, but it's not that big of a lead either, so it's very capable to... It's pretty much in anybody's game right here.
We see Billy here trying to wall out this whole spawn area to prevent them from pushing, as he has missiles ready. And yeah, it looks like they're... oh, just as I say that, I was going to mention how they were able to successfully defend, but it's still up in the air on whether or not this push will go through. Wow. Yeah, that's a very, very good push. 39's a really big lead here.
39 to 86 specifically, even. It's gonna take Go Crazy, Go Stupid to have a pretty big push here to be able to go any farther.
That being said, Go Crazy does have like a lot of map control, really, and so things could go into their favor soon. It just comes down to a matter of like timing pushes and whatnot.
Oh,
but that being said, 2 go down. That's gonna be huge. Potentially 3. Oh, not quite. Oh, never mind. We okay. Back with the 3 kills. Okay.
Toast over here with the Inkjet taking out third person.
And the beautiful snipe. And the double.
Ooh,
Alrighty.
A double snipe. Rui's gonna pick up Rainmaker over here, and looks like he's gonna try and push for left again.
And it looks like they're starting to build up armor here, really close to it. It's off. 1 down on the side of Go Crazy here. So, and that being the umbrella, so it's going to be a bit difficult for them to start pushing. But however, they do manage to push this left side here, and this might be lead. Just enough, just enough. Very well done.
Very, very, very well done. Although it is 3-point lead, so it can still go either way. Although they're both pretty big leads, and they would have to get into their spawn to be able to change that lead.
Yeah. You'd also have to consider the timer as well. There's only about 1 minute left on the timer.
Very,
also,
very true.
Something I didn't comment. 2 Honor is actually bringing out the Vanilla Blaster, which is kind of interesting. The kit itself, maybe not so much the main weapon, it's actually kind of decent for Rainmaker, as Toxic Mist is like used to block out like certain choke points that Rainmakers will go through. Not entirely effective, but it's good enough to like mitigate like the potential of like a lead. And Splashdown being very, very nice to pop the shield itself. So it looks like we didn't see too much utilization out of the Splashdown, but the Toxic Mist definitely played a part here.
Oh, we see Rui try to Splashdown cancel the Blaster here, and they just get Splashdown anyway, and Blaster getting taken out by Mini. That was actually a really good shutdown and protection there to keep the lead.
Yeah, it's just a game of defense now. Just trying to hug the objective as much as you can. Oh, and the flank attempt! Oh, not quite. However, wow, that was very, very close. Good attempt by 2 Honor. But,
wow, that was actually that was a very good game, especially to end with that triple by Villy to shut down that entire trying to make the push go farther.
For sure. But yeah, I really don't have that many of too many big takeaways from that first game. Maybe 2 Honor tended to take matters into their own hands, like individually, out of like. But at the same time, it was like they really didn't get things going until like the last half of the match. So it's like desperate measures had to been taken. So, but pretty close game 1. That being
For
said,
ne-
the next game,
For our
being
next
on-
game over here, we have Zone's Schellendorf Institute. To which,
yeah, pretty interesting.
we know with one of the teams that they have a sniper, so that'll be very nice to see a sniper on top of the glass.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm curious to see if we will see the Flingza again, because I don't think the missile spam idea was really like practical in Rainmaker, but it could be something on zones, but especially Schellendorf, as we all know, homeland of all the anchor weapons, the most interactive role, clearly. So it definitely be interesting to see some missile spam on the roof specifically, just to get the anchors moving a lot and not allowing them to really serve their role.
And unfortunately, we do not see a Flingza again, but this time around, we have Jelly Umbrella, Muna on Zap, Villy on Mini, and
Yes, so on the side of To Honor here, it looks like a pretty standard comp, actually. I will say the one weapon that sticks out is probably the Tri Nouveau, as generally, like, that's typically used on, like, Rainmaker and maybe a few exceptions on some maps. The rank could be pretty nice here to deter people off the roof, as we see here. And as well as with the Splash and the Fire Fin here, finding that special to cap zone.
here we see Toast popping Suction Bomb Rush, which actually caps the zone back for them, which keeping their lead. Like, it also, like, giving a penalty, even though it's very little to the opposing team.
Absolutely. Oh, the lag scared us there. But a really nice flank here by Jelly, I believe.
Go Crazy Go Stupid has yet to make a push in to, like, keep the zone for a little bit longer than about 3 points. And it looks like... Oh!
Stand corrected, perhaps. But, yeah, we see. I was going to mention that To Honor was actually the Tri-Slosher player. I'm sorry, I'm bad with names right now. But, was making sure to push up in the base to try to prevent people from actually dropping down to the objective, which was very, very nice to run down the timer. But that being said, Go Crazy here is actually really, really close to getting lead. They're 7 points away, but however...
Looks like 200 is going to shut that down and give them a plus 30 penalty here.
Absolutely. Yeah, this plus 30 penalty will definitely be difficult to get around. Especially with pushes like these. The fall off? Oh, he just ran out of the... Okay. Wow. Very nice attempt, but the Go Crazy was definitely able to handle that accordingly. And really close to capping zone here, and they get armor off, so they're able to push in upon capping zone. But it seems like there's no one to actually pick from here. That being said, the Tri-Slosher does get taken out here. They still have the main painting weapons to worry about, though.
Yeah.
And one thing that the Fire Friend is like really good at is handling an objective on this map specifically. So taking out that Fire Friend, if at all possible, it's insanely hard with the way its kit works on this. It would be a huge deal because while it's not particularly like a painting weapon, it does quite well whenever it's positioned on top of the glass. It makes it pretty difficult to maintain zone whenever you have to deal with that.
Here we see the Fire Fin in question actually popping Suction Rush, although it doesn't look like it's enough to cap the zone. Ooh, and we have fun over here with the double kill with an Inkjet. And Go Crazy Go Stupid and To Honor are now 1-1.
Yeah, so pretty close set. Unfortunately, I didn't get to bed. Got caught up with other stuff, but yeah, yeah, that was a much better performance by To Honor here. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Okay, anyways, moving on to the next map mode. Inkblot Art Academy on Tower. I'm trying to think of like what like out of the box pick would be like expected here. But
Charger is still pretty viable on this map as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. I don't know the anchors personally, but they seem pretty solid on Charger, so I'd be pretty surprised if they swap off. But as for Tower, the only like crazy idea I could see is maybe like Aerospray or something, just to like have like a spammy Booyah Bomb. But as for other like random picks, I'm not entirely sure. So I'm definitely curious as to what people opt to do if they decide to go the experimental route.
It'll definitely be interesting to see what they decide to play, because, you know, it's kind of interesting what you can possibly try and pull out on this map.
That being said, Game 3 is going underway right now. Okay, so I don't know why I didn't think of Blaster, because that's like the meme weapon, or the people meme on whenever it comes to tower control. But yeah, we see a Blaster here, pretty interesting, as well as Billy on the roller, but I believe that'd be pretty good. That being said, Go Crazy gets like an opening armor push here, and they actually get 3 people down.
Yeah. Oh! And we see the Blaster go down to missiles, being stuck in a not really great situation, not being much that they could have done there.
You see Go Crazy just absolutely controlling this plat here as Tower's moving up to the second checkpoint already.
Oh,
wow, that
shot
flick
from
was
the
insane.
Charger.
Yeah, and they're still just absolutely dominating. To Honor really has to think and pull together and try to coordinate this defensive push here.
They especially need to try and get their selves together and also get ready to try and stop the final push here, because... Oh, and it looks like they do.
But to what cost is definitely the question. 22 is definitely not an easy thing to beat. Like they're practically forced to KO at this point. So it'd be pretty interesting. But however, Clown does have the Inkjet ready, so we could potentially see a opening push here as well as they're pushing Tower. We see missiles going off, having to force them off objective for a bit. Very nicely timed as the Tower was actually just on the checkpoint.
Ooh. And that's a triple. And one jumping out.
Yeah, Go Crazy, timing the armor as soon as 2 people were down, just to ensure that this push was ended. Very nice coordination. We do see Toast here actually sharking in the tiniest speck of ink, but Billy was absolutely ready for it. And we do see Inkjet go off in the background here. And Billy's just, wow. Back-to-back, like, amazing plays here. Amazing picks, even. Yeah, right now it's just a battle of mid-control here.
Which we see Go Crazy Go Stupid has a lot of paint up in mid, and just in general all over the map. Oh, and they're also popping missiles, so that might be a bit of a nuisance for To Honor.
Absolutely. We do see Pika going for another flank here. Does not work out, unfortunately. Gets one pick, but not enough to be relevant, as we do see Go Crazy going for the push anyways.
Rui with that nice shot there. And Blaster coming up on them on the left.
Absolutely. Yeah, it definitely looks like both teams are regrouping here. Right now it's not a really good opportunity for either team to actually push objective. So it's just a matter of who gets the picks first right now. And we do see an attempt by 2Honor to actually start this push. Pika pushing up into the plat pretty early, but I think they wanted to coordinate with the Inkjet. It worked out slightly, but not enough to encourage the push. But, well, I stand corrected. They're pushing tower. And it looks like the Bombers here actually got a pick. This is going to be quite...
Taking out the Try, too. The most aggressive weapon that they have that's been pushing them back a lot.
Absolutely. The Inkjet popping out yet again. Keeping Go Crazy Go Stupid from dropping down, but I don't think it particularly matters in this situation, as they're not really encouraged to like push at this point.
Especially when they have such a large lead and there's only about 30 seconds left on the clock.
Absolutely. Yeah, a miracle will definitely have to happen for 2Honor here to actually get this comeback, but this Incept's just going crazy in their base. And they do manage to get on tower, but to no avail, as 2 people get knocked out, potentially 3. But it looks like
Rui with that nice shot, and the game goes to Go Crazy Go Stupid.
Yeah, I think Go Crazy and Go Stupid did like a very, very fine job. Not just with like defense in general, but calling out that flank in particular. Billy, as we saw, was sharking that right pillar, and their charger player, I believe, got like some really, really nice shots.
Overall, good games from both teams here, because they were both pretty strong and evenly matched to be able to go to third game too.
Absolutely. This set like definitely felt like an example of just like teams being comfortable with like a set like map mode. It didn't seem like one like definitely like empowered the other. It was just like a toss up and more relying on map picks. Hello, and we're back at TG8. Again, I'm X-Ray, joined by Sky. And
Hello.
we got one heck of a set, I will say.
Xanadu versus Sonder. Definitely an interesting set of what could possibly go here.
Yeah, Xanadu and Sonder, pretty notable teams for sure. Looks like Sonder has a Gamma this time around. I don't think Gammaru's normally in Sonder. I might be mistaken. I might be just like, I don't know. But yeah, strong players across the board. First game being Clam's Piranha Pit. One of my favorites for Clams in general. But yeah, we should be getting started here soon, or momentarily at least. But yeah, definitely excited to see how this set plays out.
I also think it's going to be interesting seeing how the two newest members of Xanadu also fare out here. Being Sora from Persistence at some point, and also Sakura.
Okay, so interesting enough, there's actually not too many there's no anchoring weapons at all, really, and the only one with threatening rage here is bamboo. It's very, very interesting. Both teams rocking the Inklings comps. That being said, we do see a lot of picks going off within the first 20 seconds of the game. And
we see the Junior trying to jump out, and the jumps just straight up canceled on them. Sonder's got Xanadu backed up against the wall pretty hard right here.
Yeah, backed up, but no clamps to benefit off of.
If they can keep up if Sonder can keep up map control here, it can be a very easy and very good push for them. But that's only if they're able to get the clans to accompany them in their paint.
Yeah, it looks like Sonder here was only able to score that first power clan. Not ideal for sure, but they still have the map control to potentially set up another push, as they do have another power clan. And it does seem like Xanadu is kind of struggling a bit to regain some control. The bamboo player definitely holding its own though.
Ooh.
And we do see two picks happen. Potentially a third somewhere. Well, not quite. However, we do see an armor go off.
Here. We have Sora with K-Machine over here, going around on the belts and trying to push in them. But doesn't look like it's doing Xanadu any favors here.
Not at all. We do see the K-Machine trying to claim this right ramp here, but that being said, we cut to Sonder's side now as they're defending their goal here. We're just seeing armors left and right.
We also see the bamboo over here missile them a bit, so that could possibly help them out a little bit. But it's not looking likely. Although, one pick right now, and then the person holding the clam goes down.
Yeah, well, one thing to really comment on Sonder was actually held their ground pretty well. Despite the map control that Xanadu had at that brief moment, none of them were like really, or Sonder really wasn't really giving in, and they were like staying to their base, staying close together to force team fights, never create in a teammate.
Here we have Sonder pushing in. Maybe they'll get more than just the power clam in. And they do. However, we see Synapse here have to jump out because of the poor spot that they got themselves in, and Xanadu shutting the push down pretty quickly.
Yeah, Xanadu reclaiming map control yet again. Close to armor, and we do see missiles go off as well. Xanadu has access to 2 power clans actually, so that if they can score both of those in, or even these bunch of these clans here that they have, they could get lead. And that being said, they do. They do have to get the lead.
they get the lead, but I also see that Sonder over. Oh, and there's a nice trade there. Caden taking out Sora and K-Machine.
Good thing to note is that it was a very good call for them to stick with the plans that they had from the map and leaving the power climb from their basket there. So they did have something to fall back on, especially for overtime. If they aren't managed to gather a clam, especially with 1 minute on the clock.
Xanadu's got them pushed up pretty much to just make it very easy and plausible for them to get another power climb in, which the junior over here, Sakura, does get a power climb in. With two
and that
of them.
is a wipe, however.
Oh, that is, yeah. With this, it looks like Sonder's gonna try and make a push here. With 2 power glams and 30 seconds left on the clock.
The Bamboo is definitely quick to patrol this basket here, but however, the Booyah-Bomb's going to force him back.
And Xanadu very quickly loses the lead as both of the power clams are made in. In the last 30 seconds of the game, even.
And they do get wiped here, however, it's going to be pretty tough to get this comeback here, as they don't have many clams on the field. Outside of the power clam, of course. They have to do a lot of things in such a little time, so...
Yeah, as long as they can get the power climb in, they're pretty much good to go as long as they can keep it open. But alas, they don't have enough time.
Yeah, it was a pretty tough situation. It was definitely very back and forth, though. Definitely seen some good plays from both sides. Sonder is just like really solid with their defense, despite them not really having a anchor weapon, really. But however, the mini and the NZAP having that painting power definitely really helps them fend off against Xanadu in such a tight space.
Oh, definitely. Especially with them both going back and forth so very frequently. Especially with Xanadu having and holding that lead for a little bit. It was actually pretty cool to see that, actually. But it was very quickly shut down by Sonder, who was able to make a pretty strong push against them in the end.
For sure. Anyways, on to this next game we're going to be seeing here. Rainmaker Starfish. I believe we saw this a bit earlier this stream. I can't think of the set it was, but it was one of the teams had like V-Shot, and or it was like a double splashdown comp. So that was pretty fun to watch, with the idea of like having splashdowns like pop the Rainmaker and whatnot, and leading the way. I'm very curious to see what both teams will opt to do here, considering that they both went anchorless. I'm curious to see if any will like whip out the typical like Sploosh 7, or maybe the Dapple's Nouveau even. That kind of acts like a pseudo... Dapple's Nouveau was kind of Sploosh 7 before Sploosh 7 was in the game. The way its kit coordinates with the objective and whatnot. But anyways, on to the game.
It looks like Xanadu over here subbed out Leo with Frosh to bring in a shot.
That being said, we do see the same trend with anchorless comps from both sides. We see Synops on the Sploosh 7 here. On the side of Xanadu, they're actually rocking a lot of Slayer weapons with a Junior to accommodate for their Slayer tendencies. And if you saw the perks on the map as the game started, a lot of them were rocking QR and whatnot, so...
Ooh. We see Sonder here with that 14-point lead by the end of that push. That's actually a really big lead, but it is only the beginning of the game. Xanadu's gonna have to come back in and clean up a bit more of mid, and also make a bigger push to be able to beat that.
one thing to note is the specials here. Neither team really has anything to. Well, I guess missiles are going to be very good to help defend and pave the way to a counter push. However, with the short range on the side of Xanadu, I imagine it'd be pretty difficult for them to get back in, especially if they ever cross sight with the CDS CDS as the longest range here. That being said, Sonder making another attempt to push the left side this time, and Synapse is still alive, popping the Rainmaker, getting a pick here, potentially two, not quite. But however, there was a jump, and yeah, the push is still going. And 2 down on the side of Xanadu again. Not in a position to actually push further into the objective, but definitely in a good spot as I believe Xanadu expended their armor already. But they do manage to take out the Rainmaker here. Gonna slow things down a bit. However, wow, Sonder's just going in. This is crazy.
Sonder's got a lot of control of their entire just spawn, and it's probably... Oh! And we see Frost here with Inkjet take out the Rainmaker. That's actually a really good pick.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think the way Sonder playing is... The way Sonder is playing here is really highlighting sort of like the counter play to Xanadu's comp here as they without an anchor or without a support weapon to actually zone, or midline rather, not support. But it makes defense very, very hard, and it makes it to where you have to be overly reliant on your pushes. And Sonder is just not giving up. But it looks like Xanadu does finally manage to. Okay, never mind. We're still going. Synapse is insane. I didn't even see him on the map. That's insane.
Xanadu's gonna have to get the Rainmaker out of their spawn and also take back control of mid within about a minute and a half left of the game. It's very doable, however, getting into Sonder's spawn, I'm not very sure how likely it would be given both the early situation and how most of this game has gone between, you know, Sonder sitting in Xanadu's spawn very easily.
And not only that, if they somehow manage to get a wipe here, you still have to consider that Xanadu really doesn't have that many painting weapons to reclaim turf. So with a minute on the clock, they'd have to somehow figure out how to counter push, how to set up map control, and then set up their own push in a matter of seconds, really. And it's going to be very, very difficult to pull that off at this point. But that is sort of the point of testing grounds. We're just down to experiment and see what works, what doesn't.
We have 30 seconds left on the clock here, and Xanadu is trying to make a push here. And it goes down instantly, being shut down by Sonder. And going 2 down, and Xanadu gets wiped here within the last 11 seconds. That is going to be very bad, and that is probably going to be the end of the game for them.
Yes, very unfortunate for Xanadu. Quite the dominant performance by Sonder here. Definitely more one-sided than the first game.
Definitely, especially with Xanadu being locked out so easily just from coming out of spawn. Sonder played very aggressively to where it just made it impossible for Xanadu to get out and do anything really.
Yeah, but we could always it's up for speculation, of course, but we could always assume, or it'd be nice to assume, that it could just be a favorable map for Sonder or unfavorable for Xanadu. We could see how this will play out this next game, though, as it's Splatzone's Anchovy. Lost my train of thought again. Yeah, I'm very interested to see if they will stick with the mini again, as it's not like too strong in this map in particular. Because like Anchovy is pretty open, but like with the way the structures are, it's more like squared off. So I'd be interested to see if they'll opt to swap the mini out for something. But if not, it's not the end of the world. And on the side of Xanadu, I'm curious to see if they'll opt for a more like long range, like based comp, as this map has like a huge drop down, which is where like the objective is taken care of. So it'd definitely be difficult to deal with if you're rocking no range and having to deal with an opponent with like CD burst bombs just thrown at your face like constantly.
It also looks like they subbed Frosh out again for Leo to come back in. So we could possibly expect a Bamboo or some sort of midline.
We'll definitely see for sure, as this game's going to be underway. Oh, wow, very interesting. So, a big shift from both sides here compared to the first two games. One of the members of Sonder bringing out the ballpoint, and Xanadu bringing 2 buckets this time as opposed to the quad shooter or triple frontline comp.
I think it might be a little bit. It might be very good for Xanadu in their favor to bring out X-Blow, especially since X-Blow has the range to paint zone by itself. All it needs is its teammates to get picks for them.
It definitely seems that Xanadu definitely made a comp more centered around the objective this time around.
Here we have the ballpoint coming up into their spawn a little bit and trying to take out 2 of them, but not doing much. With Sora taking out snaps.
We see 2 down on the side of Sonder, but Xanadu not really set up to actually set up for a push, as the remaining 2 at that given moment were CDS and Junior. Junior isn't necessarily hard to drop down on, but it could be quite of a nuisance if you don't opt to do so, as it has high paint output. That being said, Sonder regrouped. They're ensuring their map control here. We see the Junior painting up for armor yet again, as their penalty has went down, and they're further running down the objective timing.
Oh, we see Leke over here get a pick, and also taking out one of their beacons. And Sora in mid, popping baller and jumping out. Too bad it wasn't enough to cap the zone there. Xanadu's gonna push in now, otherwise games go to Sonder, and Sonder just pushed them in so much. And look at that map. Sonder held so much map control there to where it was just impossible for Xanadu to push in.
Yep.
Both comp-wise and paint-wise.
Absolutely. And to further go back to my original comment with range and whatnot, I think that was a prime example as to why having an anchor, especially in that map in particular, is so important. Because we saw Sonder, like 3 members of Sonder, push up into the plat, and if we were following off of the first 2 comps they ran, that Tetra dually player sneaking past could have potentially threatened the objective, but them having the ballpoint at the drop, being able to defend the objective and ensure that it stays within their ink, really like nullified any attempt to actually counter push without having to deal with the rest of Sonder.
Yeah, it was. They both were pretty evenly matched in the first game. However, as the set continued, it became pretty one-sided. Although whether that's down to comps becoming either too aggro and not enough paint, or just the maps themselves not being good for the teams, is definitely up for debate.
Yeah, Sonder definitely showing their dominance this set, for sure. But I believe we'll be going to break, and we'll be back for the next round. Hello and welcome back yet again to Testing Grounds 8. Again, I'm X-Ray, joined by Sky, and we have quite an interesting matchup here. Oh, and also we're starting top cut, so we're now abandoning the Swiss format. We're going into best of 5.
Here we have Swag OPS and Paragon with Gatakana, Kojo, Gunny, Waka with Swag OPS, and Paragon having Time, Ricky, Dylan, and Nico. Make sure to get your bets in before the prediction is over.
Oh yeah, go all in or you're a fraud. You have to go all in. Like, just imagine how much nothing you'd like be able to cash in if you went all in. I'd win.
And how much you can spend on literally nothing.
See? Like, Sky gets it. Y'all should get it too. Anyways, this is actually a pretty interesting map lineup. I think the game I'm most interested to see would be, well, I guess it'd have to depend on how far the set goes. Anyways, on to game 1.
With Splat Zone's Sturgeon Shipyard.
Okay. So we have sorry, I was having technical difficulties on my side. So we have an H3 on the side of Swag Ops here. That's my main, so I'm clearly biased, but I think it's a fairly strong pick for this zone map in particular. So I think it'll be interesting to see. And on the side of Paragon, they got a lot of zoning weapons. They have a Squeezer, Gluga Deco, and Bamboo. Definitely gonna make it pretty difficult for Swag Ops to engage from time to time. That being said, though, Swag Ops forcing the opposing team out. Wow, nice pick.
Upon forcing them out, they also take cap over here with the zone, and they're keeping it going right now. However, we see Paragon has popped armor, and it looks like they're going to try and make a push, and are able to hopefully successfully cap it? And there we go. Paragon has the zone capped. However, they've also lost the lead in the process. However, about a 4-point difference between both leads isn't really gonna be that big of a deal for either side.
For sure. We do see some specials getting ready on the side of Swag Ops. Both bomb rushes are ready now. We could definitely see a recap here as we have the Gluga Decos being taken out here.
As Paragon also takes back the lead here, we see that Swag Ops is able to take back the zone and push them back out. They're trying to bubble back in, it seems, but also that's being shut down by both the Bamboo and the H3.
Yeah, both the Charger and the H3 just setting up map control here. Trying to cover as much space as they can to build up special, and as well as trying to prevent people to push in, as we do see the Squeezer forcing to push on the Charger here. 2 people get taken out in the background. The zone's flipping back and forth with colors. We do see the Glugas jump out. Unfortunately, that's leaving the Squeezer on its own, though. I wonder if that was a miscommunication or it's just a rather unlucky situation.
Ooh, we see a good pick from the K-Machine, but they get splashdown cancelled by the Charger here. As Paragon takes back the zone. But it doesn't seem to be like they're going to get back for very long, as Swag Ops ends up capping it and pushing them out, and taking 2 down in the process.
For sure. We see Swag Ops here pushing up the base a little bit, just trying to the Paragon to shift to the left side, which is like the weaker end to start engaging the push, and it just overall allows time for Swag Ops here to mitigate that penalty. However, they weren't able to mitigate it entirely, as Paragon now has the zone.
We see a jump in the zone, and the Charger takes advantage of that jump, taking them out instantly. Paragon here has the zone, but wow, this is a very back and forth match. Even if Swag Ops has the lead here, they're both very, like, they're taking the zone and going back and forth just with the zone itself. And as I say that, Swag Ops takes the zone back again.
Absolutely. We see the Gluga is just like hanging in here, having ball already to potentially cap zone, and then further push up. Paragon gets zone yet again. Zap trying to prevent whoever on the right side to push. We see bubbles going off, just trying to ensure the push is successful and potentially get wipes. And there are 3 down on the side of Swag Ops here. This could be huge, especially considering that we're going to be running to overtime now.
And that's a wipe. All Paragon has to do here is keep hold of zone for a few more seconds, and they have done that.
Yeah, very
And
nicely
with that,
done.
very, very nicely. And with that, first game goes to Paragon.
I will say that was especially impressive for them to win there, because none of these specials they had, in particular, really had any effect on objective, whereas Swag Ops had 2 bomb rushes, as well as a special. Special isn't like necessarily too good to cap zone, but it makes it pretty difficult to deal with those bomb rushes, especially whenever you don't have anything in particular to deal with it. So again, really good win there by Paragon.
Up next here, we have Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what weapons they'll opt to go here. Paragon, I'm more so curious to see what Paragon goes, because none of that comp didn't have really any lethal bombs outside of the splat bomb, and potentially another one. The comp's leaving me, but I felt like that comp in particular was catered towards more of zones, like just to zone or. Well, Splatzone's the game mode because it's good at zoning, just to like keep people away, which isn't necessarily too good in Rainmaker, as like mode's pretty aggro. But that being said, we're starting game 2. Okay, interesting comp here. Swag Ops definitely are sticking to the H3. However, we do see a Stingray on that side as well, and on the side of Paragon, they drop Squeezer for it looks like Octoshot. So we got a few shooters, a lot more lethal bombs to deal with Rainmaker. That being said, Swag Ops pushing, like getting that early push, very typical gameplay with this map mode. It's like one of those modes where like it can be done in a matter of seconds, but wow, very nicely done. Like
Getting that nice lead of 6, that is a very big lead there. Although it is the very beginning of the match, so anything can still happen here.
yeah, just practically textbook gameplay for this map mode in particular. Ooh, getting that trade there with the bomb rush.
Paragon's trying very hard here to try and make a push through the right, it seems. However, it looks like Swag Ops is going to very quickly try and shut it down by Stingraying and also popping armor in a defense.
For sure.
And also Rain here. Rain's gonna make the Rainmaker have to push back a bit. And also, Rainmaker end up going down to the splash here.
Yeah, these weapons on the side of Swag Ops is just very, very like chip damage based. Like all of these weapons value so much off of chip damage. The H3 providing chip damage if they aren't able to get the full burst on the opponent they're shooting at. We have the splash, the burst bombs, as well as the jet, and then we have Tri-Nouveau's kit in general. So they can play very, very synergized, which potentially allowed them for this early push. That being said, Paragon here trying to set up a push on the left side even. We do see an inkjet go off. A trade that's going to be actually like a trade not in their favor, as they do lose the Rainmaker.
Ooh, and we see the Stingray here take out that baller as soon as it pops too.
I believe it was chipped from the Stingray and then taken out by the H3, but nonetheless, very, very strong pick. H3 has the armor ready. Trying to prevent any progression on the left side here. H3 very, very good at zoning particular choke points or very like linear-esque areas of the map. As the way it paints it, it's overlapping shots in a particular area, as well as its range, and especially when paired up with MPU, it makes it very, very scary to like hold W to it.
Over here we see that Paragon's gonna try and push in with armor as well here. Pushing out Swag Ops here.
That being said, Paragon set up enough. The ball is getting taken out immediately. Very, very unfortunate. The Stingray trying to mitigate the push. No picks in particular, but it definitely kept the Paragon moving, as they are all wiped. 1 minute on the clock here. Definitely going to be a tough feat for Paragon to perform. We see Paragon here trying to set up the left side, trying to regain some control with Bamboo in particular is really good at that.
Ooh, we see Tri here take out Kugas and then also be taken out very, very quickly, with 3 of them from Paragon on top of the Rainmaker, with an Inkjet even popped.
Yeah, that was a very good shark by Slasher.
Oh, and Paragon tries to get the lead a little bit bigger, only getting it to 18.
It's so odd to hear only 18 as if they're like really close, but like that's just the nature of this map. Like if it's a KO, it's a bad push, especially in this situation.
And that's going to be about do it for Swag Ops. Or not.
Not quite. They still have a chance. However, it will be pretty difficult as all members are up on both sides. And no one's not... Yeah, okay.
Ah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Ricky saw that slap on, but it was a pretty sneaky one, I will admit.
Something I will say that I definitely noticed from Swag Ops here was most of the time when they picked up their Rainmaker, it was mainly their C-Jet doing it, and I feel like that might have hurt them a little bit because they could have tried to make a push with that Stingray that the C-Jet always had every single time he picked up the Rainmaker.
Well, at that point, it really doesn't matter because they'd get that opening push to 6. That being said, we are going to Clanblitz Wahoo World. I'd be curious to see if Swag Ops sticks with the H3 again. Like in general, like you'd think long range Wahoo, but to me personally, especially on Wahoo Clanblitz, I have a hard time finding positions or like strong positions for that weapon in particular. Like it could be like a good armor bot, but like most like armor weapons are anyways. But nonetheless, it'd be pretty interesting to see. And we could see Paragon bring out the Squeezer and Bamboo combo again, as those both have like phenomenal range and like phenomenal capabilities on these maps, on this map in particular. So yeah, we'll see. Okay, and we do see a Bamboo on both sides. CDS on the side of Paragon this time around. It's going to be pretty interesting. CDS is actually going to be a pretty solid pick here, as it'll make it hard for most of the weapons to actually take a pick off of it, outside of maybe the Bamboo. But if you think in like typical like 1v1 situations, which aren't like too common on this map mode, H3 has a hard time hitting things that move, which is like 90% of the stuff in this game. Tri-Slaughter can be capable, but in situations where it's just getting out range, it can be proven difficult. And same with Splash. That being said, though,
we see that Swag Up tiers. Yeah, no, we see that Swag Ops was trying to make an opening through their plat. However, it was quickly shut down with 3 of them going down instantly, and the only one surviving being their H3.
Yeah, definitely seeing a lot of picks going from both sides. So no clear advantage yet. However, we do see an attempt to push in their base on the side of Paragon, as Paragon has 3 members down now, and we do see an opening push, potentially down to 60, maybe more. A little extra credit? Maybe? And there we go. We see a few. Yeah, phenomenal push.
Ooh, they're getting it even more too. With it going to 42. And ending in a full-on wipe on Swag Ops. That's a pretty good lead for Swag Ops, especially at the very beginning of the game. However, it looks like Paragon is going to try and make a push through their plat here, and doing so with a lot of paint on their side, which is quickly being taken back by Swag Ops.
Absolutely. We do see bubbles on deck here. There's no really good opportunity to use them right now. As you see, wow, Swag Ops is pushing up again, very aggressively. Yeah, Paragon's just really not prepared for these sorts of pushes, as they're not given the time to actually recalibrate and get things going.
Definitely. As we also come over here and see that Swag Ops made that small flank over there with the H3 too.
Yeah. Okay. I take back what I said originally about the H3. I will say, in situations where, say Swag Ops has the advantage, the H3 actually does fairly decent on the opposing plat at preventing people from dropping. Just like most anchor or like midline to anchor weapons. I just personally find more midline to excel better at it. However,
we see
Paragon. We do see a
Paragon.
counter push now.
Yeah, however, it ends in them going 3 down with only the Squeezer being left alive.
Very unfortunate, because 56 is like a fairly sizable push, but with the 25-point deficit they're at, it makes it pretty difficult to capitalize on it.
Yeah, 25 to 56 is not really that close. It's a little bit hard on them, and especially with Swag Ops here, getting another push and also having that flank go in, it just works out in their favor, especially with them just sitting there up.
Yeah, this Splash here doing a very fine job at getting jumps prepared. Unfortunately, it didn't like last too long. But it was a very solid attempt, especially if it would have been very scary if Paragon was not aware of it. That being said, Paragon has 3 clams on the map here, so this
Two
game...
of them are going to be gone in a bit too.
Yeah, very unfortunate. It was very unfortunate with this map layout in particular because they were caught in the carousel on the opponent's side. Had they have kept those alive, this game could be more indecisive. Now it's going to be a lot harder for Paragon to make a comeback.
It looks like Swag Ops here is trying to hold off a bit and keep their basket open. Looks like, oh, and Swag Ops with the KO here.
Yeah, that'll do it. I gotta say, I love these H3 games. I always like meme about it in the chat, so it's actually pretty nice to see.
I think it was a bit of a hard task for Paragon to try and push in during that match. We had a lot of Swag Ops pushing in very easily, and I think a lot of that was just down to also Swag Ops getting a lot of those good picks that helped them to keep that basket open, especially from the splash flanking.
Yeah, I feel like Paragon could have done a little bit of a better job monitoring that carousel, because a lot of those engagements and a lot of those wipes that Swag Ops were able to pull off was mostly because a lot of their teammates are positioned on the upper levels of the map, allowing for like a huge flank, and like by the time like people don't realize that push is going through with the weapons that they have, it's really hard to like prevent it at that point. But that being said, we are going into this next game here, game 4 on Tower Manta, or Manta, that thing. Stumbling my words here, but yeah, I'm curious to see if we will see any Booyah Bomb weapons, but we'll see. And not quite, but we actually see a double armor on the side of Swag Ops here. It's pretty interesting. And then on the side of Paragon, we are seeing the anchorless comp with, well, I mean, I guess Bamboo kind of counts as an anchor. It's just a bit less traditional at sometimes. But that being said, very, I want to say neutral start because they were 2 down, but Swag Ops definitely has a lot of the map control here.
Definitely, Swag Ops has a lot of map control, and also they have a little bit of a better painting here with the Zap and also the H3, although mainly just Zap here is a really good painting weapon for them.
Absolutely.
Ooh! And we see a really good pick from the H3 here, over on their top left, and K-Machine going and doing a splashdown to secure and getting another pick.
Yeah, H3 like pairs very well with like most of the sloshers in this game, as like sloshers benefit from chip damage just as much as the H3 does, and considering the AOE effect that K-Machine has, it makes it very deadly pairing of the 2 weapons. That being said, the push seems to have ended. 21 is a very good lead though, especially at the opening of the game.
We see a very good shot from Gunny here, taking out the Glugas as they fall down into mid. It's just a matter of if Swag Ops here will be able to try and push back in, or if Paragon is going to make a counter push here.
Yeah, and we see Walker here actually flanking that bunker and getting a pick. Couldn't get a double, unfortunately, but it was a very strong attempt. We see Paragon pushing up here. However, they actually don't have a lot of map control, so this could hurt them in the long run if they aren't able to coordinate. However, they do manage to get it to the second checkpoint, and they're still going. If they get it across the street here, that could look really good for them. However, Stingray is on deck here, gonna make it pretty difficult to progress the tower.
Here we see a trade between the shot and the machine, which that's a pretty good pick there. However, it doesn't stop the tower from being pushed any further.
Absolutely. And one thing to note about Swag Ops' comp is that they have double suction bomb, and suction bomb is like arguably the best sub weapon for this map in particular, or for this mode in particular, as it the way it sticks onto surfaces. It makes it fairly easy to.
And Paragon easily KOs those.
Wow.
They had a rough start at the beginning there, however, they ended up taking it back, but then the last few seconds of the game there.
And for being our first game or a set of Top Cut, this is actually our first game 5. It's actually pretty excited. Splat Zone's Mako. This is the crowd favorite. It's like one of the arguably one of the best map mode picks in the game. I'm actually pretty interested to see, because I didn't see any outside of a Waka, of course. There aren't too many like blasters or sploshers I've seen in this set. So and those weapons in particular are like pretty prominent, as they abuse like a lot of the geometry and whatnot with the map, and with how the 2 stacks are set up and whatnot. So yeah, I would definitely be interested to see how this comp plays out. H3 would be nice. We'll probably stick with it, but you know. Alright.
I guess we'll see as we go into the game.
Okay, and I believe this is the first time we see Paragon bringing out the Kintaglugas. And basically the build, it looks like they're not busy spamming, but actually armor spamming. But there could be like a few like subs, Inksaver sub. Kintaglugas tend to see use for like their busy spam, but they are pretty versatile in certain situations. So we'll definitely see how this plays out.
We see the Squeezer here popping bubbles, making one of the teammates of Swag Ops back off a bit, so that they can secure not only the zone, but also the lead here.
Yeah, Bubble's definitely really good at keeping people off these stacks in particular. And we do see an attempt from Swag Ops to cap the zone here, but to no avail. Oh, never mind. They got the zone. I was gonna say to no avail, but yeah, they get that. However, they're one down on both sides here. They do manage to. Wow, that tree could actually be really huge. Taking out the splashes was about halfway to their bomb rush to further ensure their lead. That being said, we do see a lot of bombs flying onto the zone. And it looks like they are going to get lead here.
Yeah, we see a comeback here from Swag Ops as they end up taking the lead, and it looks like they're pushing in Paragon into their spawn a bit.
Yeah, the splash definitely, like, that pick is 100% fine. As long as they are able to divert attention from at least one of the teammates, that's perfectly fine for them, as it buys time. As we see, like, they are down to 25 points.
Paragon caps zone again as they take 2 people off on Swag Ops. And try coming up on the Squeezer over here.
Yeah, tried playing a little sneaky, but unfortunately wasn't able to pull off the kill there. That being said, we do see a similar play on the side of Paragon now. But Swag Ops was definitely quick to adapt, and as they're setting up for counterpush, all 4 members still alive, this is going to be very good for them. As we do see some staggered wipes going on, and I saw the attempt, but didn't work out too well. The Splash trying to attempt to get a bomb kill behind the Squeezer.
We see Paragon here trying to cap zone back, and unfortunately leaving Bamboo the only one left alive, and being forced to have to back off of the push. as Swag Ops pressures them and pushes them back and also capping back that zone.
Yeah, dropping back in it's going to be very, very difficult for Paragon, as they have to deal with an H3 of armor as well as a charger that's going to be checking their drops here. However, they coordinate specialists almost like perfectly as they cap the zone, get a few picks, and unfortunately the Octa shot here gets picked in the background. However, they do get like a sizable push, allowing for some control. It's just a matter of their ability to recontest zone long enough for all their teammates to come back and hold the objective long enough.
Right now it's up to Paragon to try and keep control of zone to be able to start getting that lead a little bit closer to what Swag Ops has as a 16. To which looks like Swag Ops is gonna take back control of zone within the last minute of the game.
Yeah, 2 crucial picks were actually taken there. Splash taking out the Squeezer. Squeezer didn't see it coming, and and Gunny sniping out the other person.
We see the Inkjet taking out the H3 here, and getting a triple here, leaving nobody but the Charger left here, forcing them to back off.
This makes things very, very tense. This is like the game fight you could be asking for. It's going to be very difficult for Swag Ops to actually make a comeback here. 25 seconds off the clock, though. This is literally anyone's game. As you see, one member down on both sides. We see missiles go off, trying to keep people away from zone from that right side. However, that charger is still going to be a bit of an issue. We do see bubbles coming off, trying to get an insta-cap.
Bubbles helping to cap that zone for them. We see the Squeezer here with Paragon getting taken out, and we're going into an overtime push now.
It's 2v2 in an overtime. This is huge. However, they do have a bomb rush ready. This is gonna be really bad for them. Yeah, they have to focus zone. However, it's so close. But the second bomb rush is going off, and that will do it.
And that is game for Swag Ops.
Yeah, very, very well done by Swag Ops. Very fun game 5. The second bomb rush there was very gonna be tough to deal with, especially whenever the first one came off. They'd have to consider the second one as well. But yeah, GG's to both teams here. Definitely like the highlight set of the tournament, I'd say, so far.
They both played pretty well, both going back and forth quite frequently, especially in that last match where that overtime push right there was actually quite scary because you didn't know whether it was going to be Paragon or Swag Ops. If they could have held the zone a little bit longer, then it could have quite possibly ended up being in Paragon's favor.
Absolutely. But I believe this is going to be close enough our block, Sky. And go ahead and let the people know where they can find you.
You can find me on Twitch or Twitter at Sky the Demon. And where can they find you?
On the screen here, you can see my Twitter handle, X-ray_M2H3, where I go on like dumb rants like any Twitter user ever, and also advertise for my Twitch, which is also in the same handle, X-ray_ or twitch.tv/X-ray_M2H3. I try to stream every day, but I technically don't have a set schedule, but yeah, I usually tweet out when I stream and whatnot. Feel free to come check that out whenever you can. I mostly play Switch games and all that, so yeah. But that'll do it from us as we segue into the next block.
Welcome back, everyone. We're getting right into it right away with Rainmaker on Sturgeon Shipyard. I'm here with your new set of casters, of course, myself, and I'm here joined by Popgun. How are you tonight?
Bruh, we were in the trailer. I was just eating my donuts. I was about having a good old time, but no, Sonder and honestly, I don't even know who this other team is. Who is it? Sonder and who?
Let's go take a look at the bracket, because I am actually not too sure. I'm not sure. It's a pickup, but I don't know the name of it. I was looking at it earlier, and it just didn't stick to me quite that much, and we don't have it on the screen.
PUSHROCK is who they are. It looks like Omega and Keen, so like, okay, so it's just a good pickup. Something we're kind of used to seeing in North America.
We have like a bit of oh my gosh, Slaughterhouse. We have about half a Slaughterhouse here, and a little bit of Requiem, so should be good. Honestly, you can't really make something bad out of that, I think.
No, as we see the team starting to ready up here, it looks like both teams going without an anchor. Keen on that Brella, and obviously Omega on the Carbon Roller. The Carbon Deco, two weapons we're kind of used to seeing from those guys. Sonder played them earlier today. They kicked Destiny Troops' butt. Coming out with some usual comps of their own here. CDS and obviously going with the Toxic Mist version of the Splashdown.
We're seeing a lot of splat bombs right off the bat. Could be from the Junior, but I was starting to think for a second there that Keen had already charged their bomb rush. Keen applying a lot of pressure underneath the mid section here, but unfortunately going to be the last one standing. Probably not going to be able to stop this Rainmaker, so opting to jump out there. A smart move to help prevent them getting much more points than this. They are on their way already, and they're going to have to put in a lot of pressure right now in order to stop this push.
That is a huge score to get in the first minute. Honestly, that's a score you can kind of win on with this map. It's so hard to get any points, especially when Synops is just going to get a nice double there with the Inkjet. So this push won't be over, and they're going to add more points to it.
Yeah, all the way to 17 on this map. That can be a winning push, and it can honestly, like, I feel like that's in the range where you kind of almost need to knock out to win that there. It's very hard to cheese it on this map. You really have like just a couple options just on that sponge there and that left route which they took, which can be kind of RNG on whether or not that bridge is up or down when you're pushing it. So it is kind of a scary position for them to be in right now if you're on the team who is getting pushed. Luckily for them, they are taking over quite a bit of mid here. It's completely purple in their favor at this point in time, so that's going to give Omega a lot of room to take a couple people down. He does get Caden in the process, and yeah, it's looking pretty good for them now, getting 3 down, so that looks like the beginning of the game for Sonder, just in the opposite favor here. Synapse is going to be sharpening there and taking out Keen, unfortunately, and Shadow Wind while he's at it.
You're taking it to the left there. I guess that's the way that gets the most points, but probably the safest route for them to go with this huge deficit that they find themselves in would be to the right instead, so they don't have to take that jump. And honestly, Sonder, they got the Toxic Mist right there. If they throw the Toxic Mist on that box, you can't make that jump. So Sonder is wanting to force them to the right, it would seem right. And honestly, I feel like that's the best route they should be taking anyway.
I feel like they could get some opportunities here from that sponge if they are able to get enough people down. The right can lead to having to take a longer distance, which does give them a little bit more time to come back in. So I do think there is still opportunity to push it from the left, but I think Shadowwind right now in this moment getting actually pushed to the right, whether or not they have a choice in it, not so much, and unfortunately getting picked off by that Nautilus in that moment there.
2 players down, it looks like, for the side of PUSHROCK in a 1v1 situation right here. So the game kind of stalled out here. About 2 minutes left to go, switching back into the favor of, well, it was until a few players going down. But right now things have kind of slowed down for the first time since that opening push by Sonder, which is fine. If you're Sonder and you got this huge lead, slowing the game down at this point is just fine. Because you can, it's going to be hard for them to get a KO, so they just want to kind of coast this one out. And you can easily do that with a minute 30 left on the clock.
Oh yeah. Pushing up here at this point in time where you have Keen who is putting out all this map control, it's going to be very easy for them to just sort of sit back in their base and sit in their own territory and make them pressure into that and give them the disadvantage by moving into it. And they're using that quite to their advantage. I'm saying that quite a bit right now, but like honestly, Sonder is just playing the game how they need to do it to win. They've got the push that they need. They know they can just sort of sit on that, like you said. So honestly, taking mid is not a huge priority for them. They can let PUSHROCK have it at this point. They just need to keep their own side.
Yeah, and there's a very nice inkjet play there, getting a triple and an assist on top of that. So, sometimes the best defense is offense, just keeping the Rainmaker on the enemy side of the map. And with 2 players down, they're just going to have to find a way to die going forward or put the Rainmaker in an awkward spot like a pit there. So yeah, that's a good. Yeah, obviously Sonder playing this very well. They're not making mistakes that will lose them the game. Instead, they're just making the right safe plays that are going to get them the win here. If we have one more push opportunity.
Yeah, so you can see there, Caden just stalling the Rainmaker in mid is like the longer they're holding the Rainmaker, the less time that PUSHROCK is going to be holding the Rainmaker, basically. So obviously they're going to want to try and do that as much as possible. Not leaving PUSHROCK a lot of opportunities here, but of course they're taking this right side. Unfortunately, the Rainmaker going down there. Soldier, of course, going to try and pop it as fast as possible. With only a few seconds left on the clock, they're going to have to be very careful here with a lot of bombs coming out near this side, and that Toxic Mist is going to make it very, very difficult for them. But they are letting Sonder sort of trickle into them and trying to pick them off in this corner that they're trying to own as much as possible. Shadowwind moving up on this left side here, trying to catch out any flankers, and unfortunately it looks like someone did end up slipping through and getting the Rainmaker out in overtime, giving that first game to Sonder very convincingly.
Yep, that's how Rainmaker works. You have a bad 10 seconds. And the game is basically over. I mean, Sonder basically outplayed them in like 10 seconds in that opening frame. Got a triple, forced the last guy to jump out, and just got a lead that they could just, well, it wasn't comfortable, but they could basically just bleed the clock out from there and take the first game in this game. So now let's take some. We kind of jumped in here. Let's take a moment to kind of figure out what's going on. So we're in round 2. This is Sonder versus PUSHROCK. Now that I'm starting to look more at this PUSHROCK roster, I'm starting to recognize these guys. Shadowwind, we saw him on Junior, but now that we had the Clam Blitz, I have seen Shadowwind use Tentabrella a lot, so they might bust that one out here.
Oh yeah.
But, and then again, they also got Keen, so that might be awkward.
I don't think Keen actually plays Tent much. I think Keen is very, very loyal to the regular Brellas and sometimes even undercover. So I do expect Keen to be continuing to play Brella. I don't think they're going to continue to go double Brella. I think ideally here, if they're going to have Omega continue to play Carbon, I think Shadowwind is probably just going to stick to Junior just to allow that Carbon to do as much as possible and just have a ton of area to shark in, because that's all Carbon really needs to do at this level is just shark and get picks and just leave the enemy team worried about where they're going to be. So that's, I think, the major game plan here, of course. Soldier, we do know to be a bit of a squeezer player, but I've seen him branch out into different things as well. So seeing him as a machine was actually a little bit surprising, but it didn't shock me too much. He's very versatile. So going into this, I don't really know what to expect from him, but I'd love to see a squeezer on this map mode because we know how squeezers do on Clam Blitz. It's so much fun.
Especially with those bubbles, but as we see the team starting to ready up here, ballpoint coming out for Sonder, and Keen's going to be going with the camo Tentabrella, Omega on the brush, so they're going to have a little bit of mobility here. They're not going to have to be as reliant on the paint as the Carbon Roller is, but when you have an opening kill right that on the squeezer, like you mentioned, it doesn't exactly matter.
Oh yeah, for sure. Getting into it though, I do think that the way Omega is going to actually play this brush might be a little bit more paint dependent. I feel like with him being a bit of a Carbon main, we're going to probably be seeing a bit of more of a, I don't know if you're aware of how Crack and Mirror kind of plays it. He does paint a lot, but he also does shark a lot, and I do think we're going to be seeing that from Omega as well, and that's why we're seeing Shadow on that Junior. Caden getting some great picks here on the right. It's starting a bit of a neutral situation here. They're getting a push to 80 right off the bat. I don't think it's going to go too much farther from this, but they do have to dislodge Omega as soon as possible if they want this to stop. He doesn't have any clams on him, and no one's here in time, so it is just going to be a very quick 77 push at the beginning, and I think this could turn south for PUSHROCK because of that. I think that this could be a major pushback, since now they've given them a clam advantage here.
Yeah, Omega was still back. It looked like Omega got out of there, but for a lot of teams, having a brush behind you like that, you might exert yourself trying to deal with that just because it's annoying that someone's at your back door. But no, Sonder just said, we're leaving. We're going to go and push your basket. And that forced Omega back out as you see them now defending here. But a good defense setup as the game is kind of slowed down. We're in a bit of a neutral situation here. And starting to bleed back over into the favor of PUSHROCK.
Yeah, so when you're in that situation with a brush on your side there, you have to kind of decide on whether or not, okay, well, that brush has no clam, so we need to put pressure on the other folks so that they can't jump in and make a push out of it. And that's exactly what they did, which was really smart of them. They decided that that fight was not worth fighting, and they picked the right one, in my opinion. Getting another push from PUSHROCK here. Very ironic here. They're pushing that rock. They're getting the clams in, and Keen is applying great pressure onto that basket there on the far right side, and placing a lot of really annoying mines is going to be great if they're going to be trying to counter push, because no one's going to be able to sneak by you if you're going to be stepping on all these mines.
Sonder's been having a lot of difficulty getting out of their base. It seems like every time they get in a situation, somebody flanks behind them. Omega on that brush, even though they haven't been doing a lot of damage, has been very annoying with them, and it's obviously something that Sonder has to deal with. And then when you turn around, there's Umbrella coming at you as well. So a lot of nice things here that PUSHROCK is kind of throwing constantly at Sonder, and so far in the first 3 minutes, it's been working to give them control of mid, if nothing else.
Oh yeah, 100%. Now they do have quite a bit of clams on their hand. I think they could be trying to set up for a bit of a knockout here, but of course when you're holding that many, it does become a bit of a risk. Sonder's going to have to play this very carefully, because if they do get one push, this could be almost game-finishing points for them. Keen getting a really good hammer in their base, allowing their teammates to come up and just dunk all their clams. They only need 3 more to win this game, so I'm wondering if Soldier's going to be able to sneak up in here before this basket closes. It's just Shadow and Soldier here, and unfortunately both of them going down just shy of the basket. This does give Sonder another chance to get back into the game, but with only 1 minute and 30 seconds left, they are going to have to make moves and make them very quickly. They're going to have to be picking up as many clams as they can, because I think at this rate, they're really going to have to line up for just one push and maybe an overtime if they're able to get that.
You know, they weren't able to get the KO there, but they were able to drag a few of the Sonder players down with them. So even when the basket closed, they only had a couple players left alive, so that kind of stalled them from getting the push going right there. And right away, a delayed wipe. So here we go, not turtling up here. They're looking for the KO, and rightfully so, with about 1 minute left to go. Keen pushing in with Umbrella. Omega's got a few clams as well. They got enough clams to get the KO, and they do just that. So a nice bounce back by PUSHROCK.
Yeah.
Who basically lost in 10 seconds to the Rainmaker game before. Switch of mode to a more flat map, and they get to weapons that they feel a little bit more comfortable on, and all of a sudden we got a set here.
Oh yeah, for sure. We definitely see that this team made good use of their synergy and the weapons together. I was honestly surprised with it being a pickup like this, that they were able to do that. They were able to stop Sonder from getting a single push. They just had such good harmony as players and moving up together all at the same time. Honestly, so I'm just glad that we're going to be at least seeing Game 4 tonight from this set. I'm very excited by it. So we're going to Tower Control Starfish main stage next. What do you expect to see here, Popgun?
I have no idea. With a pickup. Well, so here's what we know. Okay, so the question was, you talked about have pickup. You got 2 Brella players on your pickup team, but obviously Shadowwind kind of didn't use the Tent Umbrella there, instead led it to Keen. So I think we can expect to see Junior from Shadowwind from here on out, which is fine, obviously.
Yeah,
meta works.
It's a very versatile weapon. It's very hard for a Junior to be bad on any specific map. You know, having armor and a lethal bomb is always going to be good, no matter what you're doing.
It's hard to be bad, but it's difficult to be great with a Junior.
Oh yeah, but it's more about enabling your teammates, and Shadowwind's been doing a great job. And actually, we're seeing a double Brella, opting to put Keen into more of the support role this time. Shadowwind said, "Give me a turn on the Tenebrella. It's my turn on the Xbox." Keen using that Thunder, and that's honestly going to be enough pain, I think, to support Soldier and Omega as both very pain-lacking weapons, but honestly, I think this could work out in their favor. It is tower control, so I think it is the mode where this sort of comp works out the best.
Yeah, Kunder, I mean, this isn't 2019 summertime where it was like meta for 1 month. But for tower control, missile works out really well. Obviously, they lose the junior, but they keep the paint and the armor. They just the only problem with the Kunder is that you just have to kick someone in the shins about 14 times before they die. But if they can find ways to get splats with that machine and the carbon, it's not really going to matter.
Oh yeah, for sure. Of course, what we're seeing here is Sonder getting a very strong push right off the bat, burning through that first checkpoint immediately, and on their way to that second one very quickly. This is a very dangerous spot for this, because that first checkpoint is a bit of a killer here. Keen going out, and that is going to be just one layer of defense going down for them, which is very bad, but they are getting 2 down. Unfortunately, getting flanked by Synapse there, which is going to be kind of scary for them, but with Synapse being the very last one, they are able to successfully take them out. Not without a bit of a fight, and that is going to delay them being able to push back into mid as fast as they normally would have if Synapse had just backed out of that situation. So in that situation, if I were Synapse, I think that was good. I would not have jumped out there. That delayed it and allowed my teammates to get back in.
Well, yeah, and they cleared 2 checkpoints. That second checkpoint being a very difficult one to get across. So now that you got it out of the way in the first 2 minutes, as we see PUSHROCK starting to get a push off of their own going here, it doesn't really matter because now you can just kind of your path to victory is much easier now with 3 minutes remaining if you're Sonder.
Yeah, they do need to be a little bit careful here. Sonder, well, Synapse actually getting taken out by Soldier here on the left. That is going to be huge for them. 2 people left standing on Sonder, and one of them is behind the tower in mid, so they know exactly where Caden is. They're trying to take him out, but they can almost ignore him in favor of the checkpoint. They're trying to move towards that and look ahead, but it is very hard to ignore him without that amount of pressure. Keen spotting out a few in mid, but I think that might turn on them in a second because now they all know where Keen is as a result with that torpedo. Henlo going to be taking the tower here, and it looks like the rest of Sonder is just moving very far up into the support and popping their specials to follow.
There was some really good skirmishing there by Caden on the CDS. He didn't get any kills, but at the same time, he was just the annoying housefly that they tried really hard to spot. And in the time they took to do that, everybody else was able to jump back in and stop that push before they could get to the second checkpoint. And here they go with an opportunity to clear, add some more points. A lot of bombs get thrown at the tower as we see a white coming out here. So that's a little bit of a situation. It's going to take a while for the tower to get back to mid, but here comes a window for PUSHROCK to at least get to that second checkpoint.
Yeah, 100%. So Omega's going to be trying to take this right area here. They did clear that first checkpoint, so they don't need to worry about the snipe that much, but of course they do need to clear it out no matter what, because that's the advantageous point for both checkpoints. But of course they do need to start focusing some of their efforts on the left and on that flank there, because of course we've seen Caden do it before. He will probably do it again, and we are actually seeing Synapse becoming just coming from behind in mid, getting spotted out by Soldier, who is the last one standing now on PUSHROCK, and unfortunately getting taken out by Synapse in a very impressive pick with the 52 there. That was a little bit of luck has to go into that RNG there. I'm not gonna discredit Synapse for that kill, but that does take a little bit of good fortune, and Synapse was lucky enough to get it there and get that full wipe, allowing them to very quickly take on their side.
You know, when we zoomed back out a little bit while ago, you saw a really good positioning coming out from PUSHROCK, the pickup team. You saw a couple players flanking, a few pushing down the mid with the tower. Their spacing is really... Actually, that was Sonder that I was talking about. But their spacing was really coordinated, which is something you would expect to see from a team of Sonder's caliber.
Yeah, and what I think I'm seeing from Sonder right now that I'm not quite seeing from PUSHROCK is exactly that. When PUSHROCK is pushing up here on this side, you can see that they're all spread out in 3 different directions, and Soldier's getting picked off already. What we saw from Sonder was they were all coming out in the same sort of direction and moving as a large sort of group and only leaving one outlier as like a bit of a flanker. So people are just getting picked off one by one on PUSHROCK just because of this.
And that will be the game. Sonder, once again, jumping out to an early lead and is just able to take care of business from there on out, just to kind of coast and bleed the clock out to get the win. They're now 1 win away from advancing to grand finals here. You know, the comp is interesting, obviously, for PUSHROCK. You like seeing interesting things? Okay, for commentators, when we say interesting, that just means it's weird. honestly, that's what the code is. But you like seeing weird. I feel like the Kunder and would work with the K Machine together, like two kind of splash damage weapons, kind of using their area of effect together to combine to get things going. But it just seemed like whenever the machine was alive, the Kunder was dead or vice versa, and they just couldn't really get any synergy going with each other there.
Yeah.
But the more I think about it, I see how it could work.
I think it definitely can work. I just think it's a matter of how they decide to push that up. I do think they did have to move in a bit of a group. They needed to respond to Sonder by also moving as a group, especially when you have that 10 umbrella there. You need to have somebody paired with it. And that was like what I was saying, is just Sonder is moving in a huge group of 3 where PUSHROCK was kind of just moving as like one by one. And so Sonder was just targeting, okay, we'll get this person, then we'll get this person, and then we'll get this person. We saw them going down all at different times, one by one, and that was just like huge props to Sonder for moving up and being coordinated to do that, because that's ultimately like what won them the game there.
Yep, and now we're heading to Splat Zones at Albacore Hotel, a map where range reigns supreme, and I don't know if this is the map that PUSHROCK is hoping to kind of see at this point. What's the most range we've seen out of them? Maybe the Kunder, maybe the K Machine. It's and not that Sonder's been using ballpoint, so they might put that out here. But I feel like this map by itself is just going to favor Sonder. So PUSHROCK in a bad situation here, as we see a vanilla heavy hero and a squeezer and a squiffer. I forgot, Omega's been working on squiffer and has been pretty effective with it. They're going to need to rely heavily on it, as we do see the double umbrella thing. Okay.
We are seeing double umbrella again coming out of them. I honestly don't think that PUSHROCK's comp is that bad. I think tent can actually work very decently, just because of how narrow the mid area of this map is and how the tent is like the same width as the bridges. So I do think that they have something here. 2 going down on PUSHROCK very early on, but I'm not going to count them out for this. Soldier getting great bubble pop and moving Synapse out of there, which is great. This is going to give them a bit of an opening to come into zone here and push out this one person who's just standing in the zone and painting it.
Yeah, another good weapon for this map is Squeezer, especially when you can just pop off bubbles in somebody's face. That will always work out to your favor. But now the Squeezer, the last player left alive. But they found a way to stall the zone. They got a couple of picks out of it. They lost a lot of players do it, but they're at least finding ways to where they can affect the objective without getting a ton of picks, just using their specials to their advantage. And they're going to have to do that again, as several players are going down for PUSHROCK.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a big point advantage for Sonder in this moment. A bit of a near entire wipe there, if not a full wipe. I saw 3 down at the same time, so of course they're going to have to play a little bit patiently. They are going to lose a lot, but this is what they have to do at this point, because this could be a knockout if they play messy here.
They got all 4 of their specials ready to go, and they're popping all 4 of them right now. Bubbles, Armor, Bomb Rush, and I believe that's Bubbles twice, actually. But 2 players going down here. It is enough to cap the zone, and we do have a 1v1 situation. Omega does win it.
Oh my gosh.
You know, you would think if you're good at Carbon, Swiffer has nothing to do with Carbon Roller, but somehow this dude is just really good at both weapons. It's almost unfair.
You know, I think there is a few things in common that you might not even really think about. I think they're both weapons that kind of almost like to get in your face, and they're really obnoxious to play against. So I think that's part of Omega's playstyle, and I think it's favoring him very well.
An obnoxious playstyle, fair enough.
Yeah, it's kind of like ink brushes, you know what I mean? Like, they're all sort of like, they're chaotic. That's what I want to say. They're chaotic.
2 players going down here. Shadowwind stuck in an awkward 1v3 situation. Tent Shield's not going to help them out here. So penalty points starting to get chewed up here by Sonder, as we see the heavy Splatling who wants to make sure they know where Omega's Squiffer is before engaging. That's really the only thing that can kind of push them back outside of the tent. And then we do see them rushing into the zone as the penalty points are gone. Takes down Synapse along the way. They should be able to cap this here. Question mark, they do. So they keep this game going a little bit longer, but from what we've seen, they haven't been able to find a way to hold on to zone. It's almost, this might be their first legit opportunity to get a lockout here.
Yeah, so they're working very hard at this time. They know they're running out of chances. They don't have a lot of penalty to burn through here, but they're going to have to play it very safe. Keen opting to jump out in the face of the ray there. That's going to be very bad, as one person's going to be the last one in zone. And right before they were about to get through that penalty, literally, I think just 1 point left, it does go back in Sonder's favor there, which is very unfortunate for them, not getting any advantage in the game. Sonder may be moving up a little too fast, though. They're moving up on a tent and a squeezer here. That could be bad for them. Sonder not being able to quite get out in time, though, in their base, and that could be the game for them. It's only 2 people left. Keen's gonna have to bomb rush or something here. It looks like it is gonna be game, unfortunately.
Yeah, unless 4 players DC, this one is going to be over, and that one will go to Sonder. One of the better North American teams knocking out the pickup team here, which is honestly, it shouldn't be surprising, but with the trend that these IPL tournaments have gone, it seems like pickup teams typically reign supreme over these established, more polished teams or name brand teams like Sonder. So Sonder here getting a nice win, even though it is a pickup. Those are 4 players that are very used to playing in just pickup scenarios and winning tournaments in those kind of pickups. So, nice win for Sonder.
Yeah, they'll be moving on to grand finals with that. So PUSHROCK is, I believe, going to have the chance to play in that 3rd place match as well versus the loser of Jackpot and Swag Ops. Speaking of which, that set did end up ending just recently. I'm just looking at the scores now. It didn't update for me until this very moment, but Jackpot did take that set 3-1 as well. So we'll be seeing Jackpot in grands versus Sonder coming up pretty soon, and that'll be Swag Ops for the 3rd place match with PUSHROCK.
Yeah, and I'm assuming we're just gonna hop right into this one and get this puppy going here. Yeah. Look, we don't need a break. I mean, we basically got started.
Oh yeah.
Anyway.
Well, we're ready to go. We might as well start heading into that.
So Jackpot. I'm just looking over the roster. I don't know. I'm sure everyone in chat knows this, so I don't. But I don't know if this is just a pickup or a project or something. But we see all these players pretty much every single time there's like a testing grounds or SOS or whatever. It's Leafy, Legend, Q, the Charger player, and Xe, who Xe kind of like a Shadowwind clone of sorts, uses Junior and Tintabrella very effectively. So we're going to have an exciting matchup regardless of if it's a pickup or actual team. The 8 players that we're about to see are all very high quality, for sure.
Oh yeah, 100% in that. Of course, we are going to be seeing perhaps a bit of a Sonder advantage for the same reasons I think that they had an advantage over PUSHROCK. Just the fact that they've been together so long, they have this sort of synergy. But of course, with this being a long-term pickup, like you're implying, I think that Jackpot also has a bit of synergy. So Sonder isn't going to, they're not going to have an easy set here at all. I think it could go either way. Of course, Sonder being in a bit of an interesting position right now. They did recently lose Josh, their main sort of backline player. Tonight, I'm not sure who they're playing with. I believe it is actually Gamer, who was playing the Splatlings and the Nautilus in that last set there. So it's still very good, but it's not going to be quite the same as having your, original 4 roster that you've been playing for like a year with. You know what I mean? So those are going to be the main differences in what we normally see from Sonder.
Right, but for so far, it seems like Sonder isn't in like a rebuilding mode. It seems just more like they're reloading, which is kind of what we're used to seeing from them. Just add a new piece to the puzzle and keep the machine going, as we're kind of used to seeing from these guys. You're saying that's Gamer with the funky arrow pointing all over the place. Lovely.
Yeah.
Lovely.
I believe that's just the hiragana for ku and hey just over and over, but I think he just sort of picked that just because it looks fun.
It does look fun. So yeah, I guess players are starting to join up the lobby here. What is this, a best of 7, I think?
Yes, it is a best of 7. Obviously, there's no loser side or winner side. It's just a single elim bracket here. So obviously, 1st to 4 is going to be your grand finals winners here. First game going to be Clamblitz on the Reef. Do you think either of these teams has an inherent advantage on this map mode?
No idea. I think, let's see. Honestly, I don't really know what to expect out of Jackpot. I feel like they got... correct me if I'm wrong, Leafy's a Charger player too, right?
No, she's an aggro.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking of somebody else then.
Yeah, perhaps.
Oh, I know.
She plays with Requiem quite a bit. She's part of that friend group, sort of that group of players. She plays like Nautilus, sort of T-Tech, just anything aggressive. She's very, very talented at it. And she's also the one who runs the league, which is hopefully coming back soon.
I was thinking of Lava Leaf, a completely different person. Okay, so let's see. They got a Legend, really good on hammers. We've seen Q pop off in a lot of IPL tournaments with Chargers, so... I don't know. I would assume we're going to see some tent play coming out here. The vanilla tent with bubbles that Xe is really known for. Sonder's been rolling. I guess the only other thing to kind of note here is that Jackpot is undefeated up to this point, whereas Sonder has taken an L earlier, but this is grand finals, and we are going to see that vanilla.
Did they take an L in pools?
Yes, they lost to Swag Ops.
Oh, wow.
Sonder did.
Okay. Well, right off the bat, we're seeing a tent coming out of, Jackpot! That's what they're called. I already forgot their name somehow. But I don't think that's going to be much of a problem. They just came out of a pretty long set playing against the Ted, so I think Sonder is kind of in that groove where they know how to play against it. As I say that though, Xe getting a great kill on Kagden. That can be tricky as a tent, as you are a whole lot slower than those CDS, and they're going to get this push right off the bat here with 20 clams, but it is just going to be 2 powered clams and not a lot of singulars, so that might not be as big as I thought it could be. But Leafy's going to be putting a lot of pressure up on this car area here. Sonder fighting back as best as they can, but they're still getting clams in. They were sitting on some bubbles there. Legend getting 2 picks. You may have not seen that, but that was just in that doorway there. 2 picks is going to allow them to get even more. There's just clams right under this basket here, so they're just going to keep applying pressure over a long period of time. This could be a very large push.
It is, regardless, even though it closes. And you know what? Jackpot can just stay here. They're under no obligation to leave. And it's a scary sight when you have a Charger like Q that was pushed up basically all the way up to your steps at one point before holding down bridge. So, Q does go down, but I was about to say, they could get very comfortable on that bridge there. And it looks like they are going to have to back up as the tent is the last player left alive. And they are going to at least surrender the bridge for now. But yeah, a good opening push there by Jackpot, obviously, and putting Sonder on their heels early.
I think the only thing that really stopped that push was nobody really wanted to back up and grab more clams. I think they were all like, okay, we're in their base, we're going to get all of them. And,
that's how North America works, unfortunately.
It is. But now this does give Sonder quite a bit of a chance to move up here. They do have that pity clam, but no one has picked it up despite the fact they're quite far into their base. And 2 of them going down here, that's probably going to stop the push in its tracks. The Junior actually getting a pick onto the 10 umbrella there, but seeing the situation that they're in, they're going to back up here to the basket. I think a wise choice here to come back and help support Synapse on this bridge.
Yeah, there was a nice 1v1 situation there that Hinlow on the Junior was able to win against Xe. Everybody responding back in now, so that might have stopped a potential push. If you give like the 10 umbrella that angle right there and a free lane to just kind of fire up, that can be something very annoying to deal with. So a good 1v1, but here we go. Sonder in a situation, if they take down that Inkjet, they can't, and we'll kind of rush into a bit of a trap there. There's 3 players going down, so Jackpot trying to hit the Jackpot once again here.
Yeah, and that was their pity clam that they just lost there under Jackpot's basket. So they're going to have to build up one. That is going to put them back a little bit here, and with 2 minutes left, that is going to be very difficult, especially when they have to beat a push like 39, and it looks like it might be even more.
So,
Legend missing the ball in the basket there. It's just Xe underneath, but they get a full wipe, so that's going to be even more. This could be the knockout if they're able to hold this. They only need about, less than 10 more clams. So this is a very scary position for Sonder to be in right now.
I was about to say, once again, nobody went to go. How does that basket not stay open? There was even some clams that spawned right by the basket, but you saw. But once again, this is still a KO threat situation right here. I mean, Jackpot's not leaving now. They're just going to build up another clan. Q is getting comfortable on that bridge, already with 10 KA, almost leading their team with it. And yeah, here comes all the clans they need to get this KO.
Yep, that is going to be a very convincing 100. Oh, Sonder not looking like they're doing too good on Clan Blitz tonight. Both times going down to the other team in an 100. Oh, not even getting a push in. But you know what? We can just call it like, okay, Sonder's having a hard time with Clan Blitz tonight, but maybe they'll take this back in the following games, because they performed extremely well in tower control and zones. So what if it's just that, you know?
Well, maybe it could be a combination of Sonder just not feeling Clan Blitz tonight, or it could just be a combination of Jackpot just playing it really, really well. I mean, they played Clan Blitz by textbook there, aside from the lack of getting clams when they're basically white. But I mean, yeah, I mean, they got control of mid and they never relinquished it basically over the course of the entire game. Maybe once they gave it up, but immediately took it right back. So they know how to play the mode. And even if Sonder was on top of their game, that would have been a difficult one to play against, because Jackpot was just firing on all cylinders right there.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think the only times they really gave up under their basket, they kind of knew when Sonder was going to push, when it was just those counter pushes. So I think they were able to stop Sonder. I think a big struggle for Sonder there was not really anticipating the pushes from Jackpot quite as well, and unfortunately usually going down in a 3 or 4 like person advantage and just letting them get that. I think they were a little bit lucky that they got as many opportunities as they could, because I felt like Jackpot could have knocked out a couple times in that game and they just didn't end up doing it. I think that is something that you can chalk up to them being a bit of a pickup and not really having that same organization as, okay, who's going to be the one to go back? But now we're getting into a new game. Rainmaker on Black Belly. This is a map mode I feel like I see all the time, and I say it every single time that I see it. I feel like Stingray is a win condition on this one. If you get the Stingray out of the way, you are going to get points.
Yeah, and you know what? It's refreshing that we don't see a Sea Jet, although we still see Stingray coming out for both teams. But yeah, I mean, we see time and time again, Stingray wins tournaments in Rainmaker. I mean, love it or hate it. I know Stingray go burr, but at the end of the day, if you want to win a tournament, you have to use Stingray at some point. It's almost required now.
So Henlo going to be picking up the Rainmaker right away. Of course, the Heavy on the other team gets a Stingray and literally pops it as soon as they get it. Not quite seeing it though. I did see, oh wait, no, it is purple. I am colorblind, I guess. But using it offensively instead of defensively here. Just trying to kind of, I guess, catch out the Charger in that moment there, because you don't want that Charger to get his first. You want to be ahead of the curve there.
Yeah, and that's a good stop. By the defending team there. It looked like they could have got a whole lot more points. Sonder could have got a lot more points than just 51 remaining. Now the Rainmaker's going to reset, but Sonder's going to be in a position to get this quick pop here. I don't think they're going to pick it up right away. That Stingray's going to slow things down. Taking out the enemy Stingray player before they can fire. It's going to be pretty huge, but they do lose Exy in the process. Legend just kind of keeping an eye on the Rainmakers. Aiden goes down there. Going for that jump. So here's my But there, okay, so every time it looks like they're in a position to try to get something going, somebody goes down. But okay, now they got to get some points going.
Yeah, so he did spot out the other person there just because of that jump. So you know someone has to be there for that jump to exist. They're pushing up quite hard here, getting the lead. Unfortunately, those bubbles getting shredded. I don't think they quite went as far as they wanted to with those bubbles. Henlo getting caught up by Leafy on the jump. Leafy had no advantage there, but won that 1v1 anyways. Very impressive. They're going to be trying to fight for this pop here. Both sides having 4 players up, so it's just going to be a bit of a mad dash to get that pop. Unfortunately, 3 going down there, so unless there's a little straggler hanging out in this ink, which I highly doubt, they would have been spotted with that Stingray. Yeah, that's going to be the end of the push for them there.
What a great use of the whole kit of the Tintabrella right there. Popping the shield and the bubbles and then picking it up. And that basically just making a giant turtle shell and getting all the way to 21 points remaining. The only thing that could have cut through that was the Stingray, and it just wasn't there at the right time.
Yeah, 100%. So, I mean, I don't think 21 is a death sentence on this map.
Oh, no.
It is, yeah. Like, this is something you can get back, especially when you have such a strong comp that Sonder has. They have a bit of a like a range dissonance thing. They have 2 very short range weapons and 2 kind of long range weapons here, which is going to be a bit awkward fighting in that mid-range level, but hopefully they're able to pair up decently to get over that. Legend dropping onto Caden, you're getting that pick in that tight corner there, which can be tough when your camera goes into first person just like that, and that Stingray is going to end whatever is going on that side there. Gamer just going to be kind of hanging out around this Rainmaker and trying to spot out members of Jackpot and get them out of the way before they start moving up. I do believe he almost has a Stingray there, so he's trying to paint up these hills and get a counter raid. Fortunately, not quite in time to save that Rainmaker from going down.
Yeah, you know, they had an opportunity right there. They had 2 players down on the side of Jackpot, and okay, now they're going to get this push going a little bit farther. Rainmaker going down, but the push still isn't over. Sonder, that hammer could have killed somebody, but 2 players go down, and it looks like the defense is going to hold here as they do grab the Rainmaker and survives a Synopsis. That is a huge 1v1 win for the Rainmaker there for Leafy. So yeah, here we go. About a minute left to go. A huge lead. The goal right here is just to get the Rainmaker back to mid so that you can give yourself a little bit of a breathing room. And it looks like they are going to find a way to do just that.
Oh yeah, 100%. They're just kind of like wasting time at this point. They have the lead. They probably don't think they can extend it much further, especially with Gamer sitting on a Stingray right now. So they're just going to be sitting up here on this bunker, making it very difficult for Sonder to come back in. Synapse going to be throwing that hammer and not getting the pick on that Rainmaker, but with 17 seconds, they are actually going to explode before the game ends, no matter what they do here.
Yeah, and they're basically saying, you're going to have to use that Stingray now. You're not going to be able to use it for your offensive push. If you want to stop this, okay, Rain's coming out here. I don't know if that's going to be enough to take down the Rainmaker, and it does. Okay, so here they go. The Rainmaker actually exploded. They have to reset it, so they are going to have a Stingray to work with offensively, but it doesn't matter. Somebody immediately knocked out the Rainmaker as soon as they grabbed it. So there you go. They forced them. They said, you need to use your Stingray to get the kill on us, and ultimately they saved it up to the very end. But it didn't matter in the end, as somebody just snuck behind and got the pick.
Actually, I think that was Q sniping at the very end there. I did see her in that maze there. I think she just peeked around the side and sniped the Rainmaker right from the front. I think that's what ended the game there.
So Jackpot, the #1 seed, the only remaining undefeated team in this entire tournament, now up 2-0 in this this best of 7 set. Obviously that one a little bit more of a match than the first game we saw in Clan Blitz of Rainmaker, but now we're going to Splat Zones at Schellendorf Institute of all places. So if you're Q, and Q's basically been doing whatever they want to do these last 2 games. They've been way too comfortable, and this is a map where if you let the anchor get super comfortable, it's going to be over quick.
Now, I will stop you there because I will note that they have Gamer on the side of Sonder right now. So you have a lot of mobility on the glass if you're a heavy because you have all this run speed, right? So you need to keep that in mind as well, because I think even people like Bronze usually switch to like heavy and ballpoint on this specific map, just because that mobility on the glass is actually sometimes better than having the charger. So I wouldn't quite say that Q has the advantage in this setup here. We have a very, very, very strong and established ballpoint player playing with Sonder tonight.
Yeah, they're going to need to use that extra run speed, like you mentioned, that the ballpoint can bring out there. Opening zone going into the favor of Sonder as they collapse on the Nautilus player on the left, but some suction bombs coming from the Splash-O-Matic who rushed Suction Bomb, and that is going to be a wipe. And Q saying, no, I'm not going to stay on the glass. I'm going to go up to your guys' glass and take the fight to you.
Yeah, they're playing very aggressively here. Q getting on their side of the glass and just going to be trying to spot out anyone trying to leak out of that ink rail there. Going to watch Gamer there on that top right. Not quite in range of it, but honestly, it's just enough range to be threatening. Leafy getting shredded right through that armor with a couple bombs. This is going to create a bit of an opening for Sonder if they play their cards right here. They are sitting on a few while they were sitting on a few specials. They did pop them to get out of there, and unfortunately Q is just getting the right picks right now, popping a wall in this right here and not really backing out of this fight. Just getting her teammates to come help her here on the side is going to be all she really needs. Tap shotting Kaden through that wall. This looks like this could be a very quick knockout for Jackpot here.
It is going to be that. Sonder's not even going to get to sniff the zone right there. So there you go. The very quick knockout. And I don't know, you're anchored comfortable in the glass. No, Q was literally all over the place.
Yeah.
Using their range, tap shotting people right in front of the face. And what set up that opening push for Jackpot, sending Leafy to either the left or right, whatever perspective you're looking at. Leafy did go down there, but they recognized that Sonder sent 3 people to kill that Nautilus, and they just threw all their bombs and all their specials on that area and was able to get a quad, and it was basically over from there.
Yeah, I do think as well they saw that they had quite a bit of a point advantage, so it didn't really matter if they backed up because there was just not enough time for Sonder to come back in and either get the zone or kill them all. So they kind of had to make a very quick decision to sort of feed for zone or get kills, and they didn't really have time to do either, especially with Q being positioned so well that game. Now, this could be the final match for this entire tournament. Sonder does have to make quite some moves to get out of this hole they've kind of dug themselves. They're going to have to reverse sweep at this point in order to win. So Jackpot's looking very strong. They're going to be very confident going into this, I'm assuming. And honestly, I hope that it doesn't get to their heads. I hope they don't, start writing off Sonder and think they can coast through it, because I still have hope that Sonder can come back from this and take at least a game.
Well, when your charger is borderline spawn camping at a point, I think you can say they're feeling pretty comfortable. If I'm Sonder, my mindset is going to be, we need to do something to we can't stop the charger, but we need to do something to slow them down. It's basically when Q goes, the rest of the team is going,
right.
And they need to find some sort of counter here, and they need to do it this game.
Yeah, 100%. Synapse getting 2 picks right off the bat, and the other one jumping out. That's going to be effectively a 3 down. That's kind of going to be a bit of a wipe with people jumping out there. Kaden moving up into the street. They're going to be trying to take as much map as possible here while they still have that opportunity. Exy going to be dropping that shield right into the street, and they are getting pressure out of all areas from Sonder here. Kaden's still holding onto the street here on the right. Going to be just bombing out, getting Exy in the process and trying to hold onto this tower, but Leafy does getting on. That's going to reset that checkpoint. And Gamer being the last one standing in mid, that's going to be stopped by Leafy right away, so that's going to be a very quick counter push coming out of Jackpot here. They're just painting up as much as possible, trying to do exactly what Sonder just did to them.
Yep, I legit thought Sonder was going to get past the second checkpoint. It seemed like they had the right kind of pieces that they needed to do just that. Clearing those first one's not the most difficult thing in the world to do, as Jackpot immediately does that. But if they could have cleared that second checkpoint, that would have been huge paying dividends over the course of this game. And 2 players going down, make that a wipe. So they hold on the lead, but it's basically tied at this point. It's just going to come down to who can get across that second one.
Right, and they did get halfway through that checkpoint at least, so if they do get that, they're going to have to move quickly in order to take care of that. I will note as well that Q is actually not playing Stingray, so we're going to be seeing her just jump out and avoid that. There's no way for her to counter raid. She did go bomb rush here instead. Legend here on the right side, getting caught in a bit of a 2v1 versus the members of Sonder. That is going to be 3 down on Jackpot. That's going to allow Gamer to just ride this tower, probably getting the checkpoint this time, hopefully, but of course they are going to be targeted very, very hard by Exy and Leafy, who are up behind this wall.
And Q is down, so that kind of, okay, now Q's the last one, so that's a delayed wipe, and they cleared this checkpoint. This is huge if you're Sonder, as they now keep riding to approach Q, trying to take down a player or 2 that is riding the tower, just to kind of save this 3rd checkpoint, which would be critical for them if they want to find a way to come back into this game. Get a delayed wipe there, but damage done. Sonder coming out and being very aggressive, and it's working out into their favor in this do or die game that they have to win.
Yeah, so they didn't quite get past that last checkpoint there, but now they've put in enough sort of damage, like you said, that they do have a bunch of opportunities where they're going to be able to defend much better. So they just need to take advantage of that from this point in. Kaden getting a great pick on Legend there in the bunker. Going to be going after Q as well. Not seeing that 1v1 quite yet, but XC does go down. So that is going to be great for Sonder in this moment right here. They didn't even really get through a quarter of the checkpoint there. They just got through that one little bit of it. So they're going to have to try that again to get that next checkpoint. But of course, even if they get through that, they still have that whole street area before they even get to the last one.
The gamer's going to need to stay alive right here, and I feel like I feel like Jackpot realizes that if they can take out that Stingray, clearing the second checkpoint will be much easier. And actually, Gamer's still in like 1v1s around the corner there and is finding ways to winning it. So staying alive as 3 players go down. The Stingray eventually goes down before it gets popped, but it doesn't really matter at this point as the rest of Sonder was able to just kind of step up and shut down that push with their main weapons. No specials needed, at least in that push right there.
Yeah, so Henlo going to be hitting up mid quite a bit here. They're just sort of preparing for that last minute of the game. They know it's do or die right now, so they're going to be playing it safe as much as possible. I don't know if they're really going to be actually trying to push unless they do get multiple people down on Jackpot. I think that's the wise decision here, is just not moving in unless they actually have to here, because moving into Jackpot's side is going to allow them to get picks, and they don't even need to do that to get the picks. They got 3 down, only one of them has respawned so far, so that is going to be a bit of an opening for them. Q going to be hopping on that tower there and Legend taking the street with Leafy on that top left there as a Splatling, a Nautilus. It is going to apply a ton of pressure on that right side there, so I don't even think that's going to give them much of an opportunity there. Gamer almost having a Ray though, so that it's very hard to combat a Ray when it's going to be in the spawn like that. They don't have much time, but Gamer does have his Ray. So he's going to be raying on this tower here, hopefully getting them out. Q popping that bomb rush right on the tower. This is going to be do or die right now. They have to stay alive on the tower, but multiple going down. It's just Leafy.
Oh, they got it!
He got the lead! Leafy got the lead! They're going to have to be sitting on this for quite a while. It's overtime. Somebody has to be on the tower. No one's on the tower. They didn't get on the tower!
Stop! Oh my gosh.
What happened,
Oh, no.
Sonder? They didn't get on. I don't think they gave up. I think they just didn't notice that no one was on the tower.
Yeah, I think they felt like, well, the tower's moving, so that. But no, you have to be on the tower for overtime to kick in to go there. So yeah, just a little bit of a blunder there. Man, look at the KAs at the bottom too. Wow, and you know, it's hats off to Jackpot. Obviously, they get the sweep there, but that was a really impressive win. From what we've seen to Sonder up to that point, when they get big leads early, they've always done the right plays to hold on to it, and they almost held on to that one right there. They had the Stingray coming out. The problem was the Stingray was all they had at that time. They basically had to. The Stingray had to get kills and just slow them down before everyone come back in, and just for one frame. Just for one frame, it wasn't enough to hold on to the lead there.
Yeah, and I'm sure Leafy is feeling very happy right now. I'm sure that was a bit of a pop-off there. Being that last one standing and getting the tower lead, that's got to feel really good, especially in a grand finals match that's determining the entire tournament. So, big hats off to her for being able to ride that tower. Unfortunately, Sonder didn't get to live another game, but honestly, a great performance from both teams.
Yeah, and an awkward end to the entire tournament. I don't think I've ever seen a tournament end just because the losing team wasn't on the tower. But hey, that's it's midnight. Everyone's excited about playing Splatfest, I'm sure. So we can let some things slide here. But for Jackpot, I think they only dropped one game this entire time, honestly. So,
yeah, and it was to, I believe, their semifinals game, which was versus Swag Ops. Speaking of which, in the third place match, best of 7 as well, Swag Ops is up 3 games versus PUSHROCK, so likely going to Swag Ops there, unless PUSHROCK is going to take that out. I do believe it's, I think, the same map mode, so right now they're probably playing Manta Maria Tower. I wish I could see that.
Yeah, Jackpot did lose like a few games over the course, but undefeated per set. Pickup, project, whatever. I'm sure people in chat know more about what they are than me. An impressive performance, nonetheless. I'm sure we'll see these guys play more in these IPL tournaments going forward. And getting a win against Sonder, obviously, in the fashion that they did, very, very impressive.
Yeah, 100%. So I think that's just going to be the end of it for you and me. I don't know if there's anything else that production or anyone wants us to say. I don't think so. I wasn't notified if so. But yeah, I had a pleasure casting with you. I thank everyone who's watching the stream tonight. Thank you for coming out and staying this late. Yeah.
And shout out to Ink Fair, our producer, and as well as Sneck and Rays, who are the head TOs for this tournament. So yeah, great. We get in, we get the games over with, and we're out. I love it. That's nice. Very quick step for us.
Yeah, and you can find me at Siren Banshee. It's on the screen right now. I believe the same thing can be said about you, Mr. _Popgun on Twitter.
Yes, that's if you want to follow me for whatever reason, I'm not going to judge you. Go right ahead.
Yeah. Anyway, see you guys.